All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call to order the Board Advanced Meeting of the CUSD Board of Education of April 7th, 2021. So welcome, and let's see the first item on the agenda is the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, moving on to then item 2, board agenda approval. Do we have any amendments? If not, I will welcome in motion.
I move.
Thanks, Phyllis. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Thanks, Sylvia. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. And then item number 3, public comment on closed session items. Leslie, do we have any comments for closed session?
We do not.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then with that, then let's move on to item 4. So we're going to adjourn to closed session, and we expect to be back around 9:30 this morning. So thanks. Let's go ahead and adjourn to closed session. See you over there. Let's see. So I see the camera for Sylvia, Lori, Satish. Okay, we've got one more. So Phyllis, I don't know if your camera is not on. I'm not sure you're back yet. There we go. Okay. All right. So it's 9:30. We're going to go ahead and reconvene back to open session. So we have nothing to report from closed session. So going on to item 8, communications. Leslie, do we have any speakers from our employee organizations?
We do not today.
Great. Okay, thank you. Then moving on to item 9, public comments. So this is a portion of the meeting for the public to make comments on items that are not on the agenda tonight. If you'd like to comment on an agenda item, we'll take those comments when these items come up later in the evening. There is a link to the comment card on our website, and so please fill out the comment card and we'll call on you to speak when it is your time to comment. So do we have any comment cards for public comments not on the item tonight, Leslie?
We have no public comments at this time.
Okay, excellent. Moving good progress here. Then item 10 is the consent. So we have, how many items do we have? We have 11 items on consent. So can I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll move 10-1 through 10-11, right? Do I have them all?
I think
Yeah,
so.
that's it.
All right. So Lori makes the motion, and Satish, would you?
Yeah, I can second it. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent items pass 5-0. So moving on then to item 11, board study. Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I was trying to find my unmute button and I didn't get it before you moved on to item 10. But item 9, I'm just taking a look at the actual wording. I think it might be, it says public comment for items on the agenda. I don't know if that's, I think it should be items not on the agenda.
So if I can interject and clarify, because this is a board advance, we typically don't take comments items not on the agenda. We only take that are
Okay.
on the agenda. So I apologize for that.
Oh, I should have, sorry for that. No, thank you for pointing this out, Sylvia. No comments. So but
Thank
thanks.
you, Stacey, for the clarification.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for raising this, Sylvia. All right, so item 11 is the board study session. So we have 6 hours scheduled here. And I was wondering, just, there may be folks that are, interested in commenting, for instance, on budget that may come later. So how would folks feel if we sort of just in front of each session, sort of just checked for public comments? Would that be all right with everyone, rather than just taking them? Okay, so let's do that. So we'll break this up sort of into 3 pieces. And first one is LCAP. All right, so who's going to lead us off on this one?
I'll kick it off and then turn it over to Allison. And just, we do have it broken into the 3 sessions and are looking at allocating about 90 minutes for our LCAP discussion. We have 60 minutes for our district priorities. Then we'll take a lunch break and come back with the budget discussion after lunch. I will note that in our slides, we did allocate an hour for lunch. And so depending on how we're moving on, I think our original thought had been only 30 minutes. So maybe we can talk about, as we're moving through the morning, how quickly or slowly we're moving through and adjust if needed. But we have 3 great topics to share with you and are looking forward to the discussion. So I'll turn it over to Allison.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here today to touch base about LCAP. We know we're in this process from now until June to getting to approval. And today, really, my hope is that I can give you kind of a broad sense of some of the key actions and focus areas that we anticipate for next school year and into the next 3 years. We are in that reset year for LCAP. So it is an important moment for us in aligning to our strategic plan and thinking about our course for the next 3 years. Today, I'll be sharing just some high-level information, key actions, as well as an overview of the metrics that we're planning to include in the LCAP. Of course, even though it's a 3-year plan, we know we can make adjustments every year, so we don't have to feel like we have to capture every single thing for the next 3 years in the plan. We do update it annually, so there will be plenty of opportunity to make adjustments along the way. I will be asking you specifically at the end of the presentation about the metrics. Those are the places where we hold ourselves accountable to improvement. So I want to be sure to get your input on what we have there and see if anything's missing or we need to strengthen things or rethink any of that. And then I also wanted to get your feedback on our routines to support progress. So, how we'll work towards the goals, what will the progress reports look like, and kind of talking about organizational strategies for making sure we're doing that. Okay, so this is just a reminder slide that we know that there's a strong connection between MTSS, our multi-tiered system of supports, and the LCAP, because the LCAP supplemental funds are really targeted for students who have higher needs. So with the LCAP, we're always thinking about all students and our strategic plan and moving forward for all students, but also how we are making sure that we're targeting supplemental funds to kids who need more support in order to be successful. So you'll see that reflected in our actions. And I shared with you this timeline when we met last time. So here we are in April. We'll be getting our frame around our LCAP. That's part of what we're doing today. And then later in April, I'll bring to you the full set of actions. You're just seeing a portion of it today. We do have things that roll over year to year in the LCAP. It's the way, for example, we fund our middle school ELD teachers. So I'm not calling out those types of actions today, but you will see it at the next meeting, the full list of actions, as well as some initial thinking about the specific dollar amounts for supplemental funds at the next meeting. So we're just taking it piece by piece, so it's not so overwhelming by the time we get to June, and we have actually 3 documents by the time we get to June. So we'll be reporting on the prior LCAP, as well as that LCP that we have in place for this year, and bringing you the new LCAP and the budget in June. Okay, so just taking a breath and resetting our thinking around the strategic plan. This is always where we begin anytime we're thinking about alignment or goal setting or path for the next set of time. We're always thinking about the beliefs that we put forward in our strategic plan, keeping an eye on that idea there that all children can be successful, that the goals that we put forth in the strategic plan are for every single child here in CUSD. So wanting to be sure that our plan supports that and that we're keeping that one size does not fit all belief in mind, thinking about the whole child and also thinking about how we're partnering with our families and our community to achieve these aspirations. So we have our 3 buckets that influence how we're setting up our goals and also our actions. Okay, I won't go through all of this, but just wanted you to know that we've been going through our feedback loops, making sure that we're connecting with our stakeholders. Our principals have been holding site meetings in addition to this with staff and parents. We have our ongoing town halls. We've had a lot of opportunities already this spring to get some really good feedback, and this will continue as we're continuing to refine the plan between now and June. So some of the themes that I wanted to call out as we think about all those different conversations that we've been having, some of the things that have come up that have influenced the plan are listed here. And the top one, I would say, across all groups is something that we heard in our strategic plan conversations as well, that there's this need, a continued need to place a very strong emphasis on social emotional learning. Along with academics, of course, not in place of academics, but just that importance of recognizing that for our kids, how they feel about themselves as learners and their ability to connect as part of their school community and feel connected to their friends and have success in that arena is so closely tied to their ability to succeed academically. And I think with COVID and distance learning, this has just bubbled up even more. And it is just top of mind anytime we're doing the stakeholder conversations. Along with that, this commitment to making sure that we're building student agency and thinking about their engagement. Again, this has always been something we're thinking about, but with distance learning, it just, again, is becoming top of mind. How do we help kids feel really in charge of their learning and feel excited about their learning and engaged in what they're doing? Along with that, the importance of utilizing our assessments has come up, making sure that our data is visible, that we can clearly see what our kids need, where they're strong, and where we need to shore things up. And we, over the last couple of years, have heard feedback around the need to rethink our progress reporting. So our report cards, what does that look like? Teachers have brought this up. Parents are asking about it. How do we kind of round that out so that it reflects our commitments in our strategic plan? So that's something that we're hearing again very strongly, especially in this time when we know we really want to focus in on knowing exactly what each child needs, even more so because of what's happened with COVID. Also, as a positive, our parents have been working so hard this year during distance learning. And while it, I know, has been so stressful for our families, it also, I think, just elevated that partnership. It's always been there, but it just kind of helped us reframe that, wow, we work together for our kids. How do we lift that up as we're taking the next step and returning to a more normal school schedule? What can we take from this experience and bring into our next steps? Also, oh, sorry, go back, please. Thanks. Another positive that has come out of this time is just we have grown by leaps and bounds in technology integration. We know that, screen time's a concern this year, but also there have been some really positive steps forward. So wanting to continue to build upon the successes there and think about what we'll take with us into the next 3 years from this time. And then just also feedback around keep the pace with our curriculum adoptions. We are at the beginning of science in elementary school. We're still finishing up our phonics and reading. We need to get to history, social studies. We need to shore up science, since that was just beginning when COVID hit. So feedback that we need to keep the pace there and keep the momentum. Okay, next slide. Okay. We have seen this year, and of course always, that supporting our staff with time to really look at the student data, to work with each other and learn together as we continue to implement tiered interventions is a really critical piece. We know that continuing to build that MTSS structure, both academically and behaviorally and social emotionally, is really a critical next step. And along with that, we have been building our system of MTSS, and we need to recognize that over time, we need to find a way to add additional staff to help with interventions. It really won't work for us to say classroom teachers will, take care of all of this in partnership with our current classified staff who also help. We know that we need to do more to really fully build out the intervention. So that will be a longer term goal, but it's definitely has been strong feedback that we've heard. And also just thinking about our kids and the promise that we've made in our strategic plan, we know we need to focus on this commitment to equitable outcomes for all students. We have some students who need more support in order to reach those milestones. And so continuing our work that we have been doing to build MTSS and work with the National Equity Project and help our site teams form collaborative networks to really work on that continuous improvement together has been a theme that we need to keep going strongly in that direction as well. Okay. So with that in mind, we're resetting our LCAP goals to set the structure of the LCAP, and we have been building this structure with our strategic plan in mind, with the feedback in mind, and with our work in MTSS in mind. So our proposed new goals are these three. They're really similar to the ones that we've had before, some wording changes based on our strategic plan. But the idea is that we'd have the first goal around academic excellence and academic progress, really tying to our strategic plan, and also our portrait of a learner that we haven't brought that out as much lately, but it's a part of our strategic plan. It's on the second page when we did that exercise with our portrait of a graduate. What would we want for an 8th grader? So that would be goal 1. And then goal 2 would be our whole child goal. So this would be our social emotional work, our health, our physical fitness, and information about our learning environments. And then goal 3 would be about how we work with our community to engage together on how we bring forth the strategic plan and also make sure that we're sustainable as a district and continuing to move forward in those areas. Okay. I didn't ask Jerry at the beginning, should I just keep going through this, do you think, or do you want us to pause as we're going along here?
Actually, I'm okay if we continue, but I do want to, if anyone has questions, we could pause here. I'm not really seeing hands here. So let's go ahead, please, Allison.
Okay, so now we're getting into the kind of key actions under each goal area that we see being built into the new LCAP. And there's going to be a lot here. Just like always, the LCAP is really long. So we just want to keep in mind that it's the beginning of the next 3 years. So we're not going to finish all these things fully in 1 year. That would not be reasonable, but it's about kind of setting the course for the work that's coming ahead. So under the first goal around academic progress, one of those things, 1.1, is about reimagining the report cards and thinking about what are the tools that we want to bring forward that really lift up student agency and goal setting. We talked in the panorama survey about how that was an area of need. And so we want to merge those two pieces and work with a team of staff to take a look at that and try to match up what we're doing with our progress reporting and our tools so that we're really aiming in that direction. We also need to do a little bit of alignment between TK and K. It's been some time since that launched and we have new staff. So we really want to help strengthen that bridge of how do those K standards break up between TK and K? How do we make sure that it's a progression that's aligned to what the kids need? Also, we are wanting to take another look at our English language arts diagnostic tools. We have a really good set of things, but with iReady coming on in math, we've started wondering, okay, should we take another look at English language arts? Do we have what we need there? Or do we need to add some additional tools? And that's feedback that's come from our teachers. Also, with our new adoption, we think we could strengthen the alignment between the units of study and the assessment a little bit more. So just wanting to work with some teachers to take a look at that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this one is about our curriculum adoptions and where we are with that. So the major work coming next is to make sure that we really dig into the professional development and in getting those materials out for elementary science. We launched it, but with hands-on science is pretty hard to do during distance learning. So our teachers have done a remarkable job, but we didn't have the usual amount of training and materials available. So we need to kind of reset on that. And then also begin our process for looking at history, social studies. Those materials are so old, we're having trouble even getting them from the publisher. We're having to use other districts' discarded materials, really, because it's so old. So we need to get on that, and that will be exciting because we completed the middle school history social studies last year. So also, middle school special education classes need some new English language arts curriculum. So we need to get going on that. World language teachers at middle school, there is a new framework out. So this will take some time, but we need to get them engaged in the new framework in preparation for looking out towards new materials in the next few years. TK, we need to talk about phonics in TK. We have our new primary phonics program through units of study, and we need to figure out what we're going to do for TK to complement that as a supplement. And with our counseling program, we are really looking to strengthen our systems approach there. So when kids go to counseling for a group time, we need to have a curriculum that's common for them across the district that builds up their competencies. So that would be working with our counselors. And then on 110, we've talked to you about the Sunday reading intervention. So we're still in process with that. That's a reading intervention for special education students. So continuing with that implementation. So lots on the plate there, but it's spread out among different people. So not all teachers would be doing all those things, thank goodness. Okay, so also under goal 1, a focus on our English learners is something that is needed. I think also with distance learning, this has been something that came up from our parents and also staff, just an awareness that, building language and distance learning is really tough. So we knew this was a need, but now it just kind of elevated even more, just to be sure we're resetting with everybody on the standards and how that connects to our English language arts standards, and then just addressing our process for making sure we're not having students stuck as English learners in that long-term English learner category. And then keeping those improvement networks going that I mentioned earlier, really making sure our principals and their leadership teams have a chance to work with each other on how we are moving forward and making sure that students who are not achieving proficiency are getting what they need to move forward, especially related to that SIGDIS work that we talked about a while back, that over-identification of African American and Hispanic students in special education. So getting in front of that in all the ways we talked about before. Okay. All right. We're still on goal one. Goal one's really long, but it's because it's our main mission, academics. So in terms of supporting students with higher needs and MTSS, we really want to keep going with this iReady work. That's been so strong this year, and we're getting a lot of good data around that. So linking our iReady work with our math workshop work is a way to help teachers have tools and processes that can support a personalized approach in math. We're also continuing our work in developing reading interventions across all sites. We have been working on this over the last couple of years, but we really need over the next 3 years to get to that fully built out system to be sure that that's in place at all sites across the district. We also want to build upon the success that we've seen with the learning hubs. The phase 2 learning hubs was such a great thing, and we think that could transition to maybe a before or an after school support program, depending on how sites would want to set that up next school year. And then just continuing to focus on what we call tier 1, which is that core instruction, make sure that we're continuing with our implementation in units of study to shore that up for all kids, which is not just about supporting them, it's about helping kids stretch when they're ready to stretch. Okay, keeping going here. We're now on goal 2. This one's a little shorter. This is our whole child goal. And the things that we see needed here are really about building our system. So 2.1 is our hope that we can work with a team to figure out, when we think about all the things in SEL, let's kind of boil that down to a set of competencies that show what we're focusing on for each grade level. So what are those social emotional skills that we hope kids will take with them in first grade and then second grade and then all the way to 8th grade, to make that a little bit more of a systems approach, and kind of like how we have in our academics, we have a set of learning standards. We need that for SEL, so it's not so kind of hazy. There's so many places to go there, so wanting to make sure we're clear. And then we keep going with our panorama assessment. People have been asking us about, okay, what about K2? How would we know how it was going in those early years? So wanting to pilot some options there. We also need to clean up our system for tracking and monitoring our SST and 504 plans. And it's a procedural thing, but it really is tied into that whole MTSS structure. It's managed by the sites right now, and we need to have a little bit more clarity on the guidelines and district oversight of those things. Also on the systems front, our counseling referral process has been very site-based, and that's been great, but it's time now with our greater focus on SEL to be sure that we have a common system for how those referrals are happening that's data-based and has a consistent time-bound plan. So we would want to work on that next year. And along with that, we really anticipate that we are going to need more counseling support next year. And we'll talk about this one later when we get to the expanded learning grant. We know this has always been a need, but in this time, we can see the indicators that this need is going up, and we need to prepare for that. And also along those lines, we want to be right out in front with supporting our staff next year about ways that they can support positive behavior and what we call self-regulation, helping the kids feel in control and following the expected behaviors in the classroom, because we anticipate it's always, something to work on, but after being away from regular school schedules for so long, it's something that we anticipate being a need. And then 2.7, I've been talking with Jane, who's one of our library media clerks and kind of helps our group run through their regular meetings. And we've been talking about our work with the National Equity Project and just their need for more funding for libraries. And so what we'd like to do is increase that funding a little bit and then work with our library media clerks to learn about how to develop a culturally relevant collection. There's so many great new titles out there, and we actually have a vetting tool that we could share with them to help them really build that up to make sure that our libraries meet all of our kids' needs, and that when any child goes into the library that they see books that feel connected to them and authors who look like them. So we're feeling excited about that. And under 2.8, getting back to that goal setting piece, we want to try out some things potentially that could get at that student goal setting and agency piece. So working with a team of teachers to look at those things and try some things with the kids that could really help lift up their student voice in their learning and help them have some tools to set goals related to their academic progress or their social emotional learning progress. So I think that'll be fun. Okay, another thing we're thinking about in 2.9 is just the kids. We know that their ability to have a successful time at recess is really critical to how they feel about school. So when we think about SEL next year, we want to keep top of mind that kids have been somewhat isolated from their friends, and they're going to need us to help them feel connected with their peers at school, to be really active at recess for their overall health and well-being, and to feel like they're coming back into their class after recess, having had success. This is one of the ways that we know SEL connects to academics. When they're coming in and they, been out there sweating it up and having fun, they're ready to learn. If they come into the class and they've had a lot of conflict at recess, or they haven't had anybody to play with, it makes it harder for them to transition back into that learning moment. So when we talk about expanded learning later, we'll share some more ideas about this, but we're thinking about how can we focus on that in this next year of transition. Then along with that, we've had this block of time this year in middle school on the Wednesday schedule where we could focus on SEL. And it's been just such a wonderful luxury to have that time. Now we need to figure out, okay, when we go back to regular schedule, how do we find time for that in middle school? What will that look like on the schedule? So that'll be a good challenge as well. And that came to us from our teacher feedback group. So that was really exciting. And principals, of course, too. All right. Jerry, I'm checking in. I feel like I'm talking and talking. Should I keep going or?
I think we're all paying attention. I was thinking when we get to the Q&A, we might break that down by the goals just to keep them focused. But unless I'm okay if anyone has any questions, otherwise I think we'll go on and then we'll tackle them section by section.
Okay,
That
thank
sound good?
you.
All right, thanks.
We're almost there.
Yeah, we're all here still. So okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's just so exciting too. So I know there's a lot to say because it's a moment where we're looking forward, and that's so exciting. So anyway, goal 3 is about community engagement and district sustainability. And on 3.1, this is where we were thinking about, okay, we have this moment where parents all year have been asking us, how can we help? What can we do? And parents have been teaching side by side this year with their students, and they've been seeing the curriculum, and we want to try to take a step forward from that. So Teachers College has this new program that we want to try, and it's called Reading Fellows. And it's basically a community tutoring program where we would teach community members, could be parents, could be other community members, could even be high school students. It's about learning how to be a reading partner in a way that helps a student grow their reading skills. So we imagine that we could make this web, like a network of people across the district that we could then kind of deploy across the schools to help our readers. It's not like really an intervention, but it's like having another trusted adult in a student's life who can help keep that reading progress going and be a person that the student could check in with each week. So we're just learning how it works, but we feel like this is a seed of an idea that could be just perfect for this amazing community that we have here. And then in 3.2, we felt like we got some really important information from that Hanover parent survey this year. And we are thinking about what could we add in a staff survey format that could kind of put those two pieces together along with our student survey and give us that broader view. And along with that, we know that our district communication plan is something we want to take a close look at. And Stacy's been thinking a lot about that, I know. And how would we kind of put all this together in a way that was really proactive and responsive to what we know our full community needs. And then a couple things that these are not actions yet, but we're thinking about them. So we know that at some point we'll be ready to talk about this in a more concrete way. One of the things is just how do we launch the year in a way where we actually have time for teachers and families to connect kind of right out of the gate, because that was something that we did with distance learning that was really helpful. And we know that teachers have a lot on their minds about what they see students needing. And families really need a chance to say to teachers, I see this, my child moved ahead this year in this, or I'm really worried about this. And kind of making space for that is something that we don't know yet how we might do it, but we're interested in thinking about that. And then also, we never got to the middle school scheduling conversation that we were going to begin, and then COVID hit. And I know it's been on the plate for a while, but it will come up again when we talk about local indicators. And we had that vision of having kind of a district expectation of core experiences and then where sites could have flex. And we haven't gotten to that yet. So it's probably too much to say we're going to do that right away next fall, but within the next 3 years, finding a way to return to that conversation is something we're thinking about. Okay, so those are the goals. And then in the LCAP, we have the required metrics, and then we can add things. And we can keep adding, over the next 3 years as things come up. For example, if we added a staff survey, we could add it to the metric. So it doesn't have to stay static. But I wanted to get your thinking on our initial draft. And I also want to just call out that I think, we're in a good place. We've added some metrics. I think we've added some clarity to how the metrics connect to the LCAP, but also just to push our thinking a little bit. I think when I think about the next 3 years and I look at this portrait of a learner, I think we're still in a pretty kind of traditional space with our metrics. And there are things in this portrait that we are not measuring yet. I think we'll get there as we have that conversation about student progress and student agency and goal setting. But it would be my hope that we would add some things in the metrics over the next 3 years that would address some of these things that we put forth. We are talking about not just traditional skills, but broader. How do we know if our students are having a chance to, work on things that influence the greater good, for example, or how do we know that they are civic-minded problem solvers? We know, of course, teachers are always incorporating all of this. This is nothing new. Teachers are always working on these things, but when we step back as a district, how do we want to check on that over time? So not probably for right now, but over the next 3 years, as we continue to talk with our staff, I think we could add in some other local measures as we're doing that work that would help us make a stronger connection to our strategic plan. So I won't go through all the metrics. You have them. I know you got them in advance, but just really wanting to hear from you on what you're seeing, what's missing, what needs to be strengthened, what's on your mind about all of this. And I'll just say one quick thing about the routines. What we're thinking of doing is maybe taking each goal and thinking about some of those specific actions that are really kind of key actions for next year, and developing goal teams that would include all kinds of stakeholders depending on the goal. And then having those goal teams work on it and come to you as a board with their progress updates along the way. So then we could be kind of capturing that in some kind of a ongoing communication routine. And then over time, taking these metrics and the progress updates and trying to make some kind of visible district dashboard, which could be fleshed out when we figure out the communication plan. But that's kind of the nugget of the idea there. Okay, I'm done, Jerry. Thanks for giving me so much time.
Well, thank you, Allison, both to your team for all this material and for this. So please take a 30-second break before coming back for Q&A. What I thought we could do is maybe we could break this up into sections, given that there are 3 goals. And so what I'm thinking is we go around like we usually do for maybe any sort of overall questions, and goal 1, and then goal 2, and then goal 3, and then we can hear from the public if anyone has any comments. And then we can come back and kind of get into the comments and the feedback. Is what I'd like to propose here. So with that, then, would anyone like to kick us off for the sort of maybe goal 1 or any sort of thing that doesn't fit into any one of the goals? Who'd like to go first? Oh, Satish, I see your hand up, so please go ahead.
I'll just yeah, take the first shot. First of all, thanks, Alison. It's a great one. I have a general question first. Okay, then I'll go to the goals. One is any new learnings. First of all, the great feedback from the stakeholders. Okay, I think the theme part of it. Most of the things have been pretty much covered. Okay, at least whatever. I can't think more than that. I think pretty good feedback we have, and all those things you have captured well. But anything with this DL experience we had, we learned that is which could have directly impacted, this kind of situation for our future goals, like especially now almost a year, like we were in that mode, and some of the things which we wanted probably wouldn't have happened, kind of, right? So can you explain a little bit any learnings from that?
Yeah, I think on the positive end, we had a stronger focus on small group time, especially in the elementary years, because of the nature of distance learning. And I think we have heard from teachers that they have seen the power of that. And so continuing, we've always done it, but it's been elevated in this time. So recognizing that regular small group time really helps stretch kids. So I think that's something that our teachers will continue to build into their schedules next year, for sure. And also the tech integration that I mentioned. I mean, as we were looking at the usage of tech, we're going to keep those tech tools that we have in place going. We think that it would not be a good idea to reduce any of those tools. We should carry them into next year and really try to make sure that those things become integrated in a more traditional schedule as well, because our teachers have just done an incredible job of using the new tools and integrating them towards personalizing for kids. So I definitely see that piece. On the concerning side of things, I think that social emotional piece, I mean, definitely we know it hasn't been like regular school, and kids really need to feel a part of their school community, connected to friends, known by their teachers. And that's part of in-person learning that we really need to put that strong focus on. So, and then some kids have had trouble engaging. We have had overall really strong results when we look at the aggregate, but we have kids who need us to really focus in on the skills that they need and make a plan to make sure that they can catch up. So I would say those are the 3 areas. And then of course that parent piece that I highlighted, that lifting up that partnership with parents and building off of the success is something that we see as a positive, even though I know it's been hard on our parents in many ways. I think it can lead us in a new direction there.
Yeah, I think that's good, and especially I'm a little concerned on the goal one, like academic progress, whether it had any direct impact because of the DL. I know
Right.
you
So,
covered about the CL part of it, agree, but anything, because this is something which is hard to measure, but I maybe or many people think that there must have had some impact. Okay, I don't know how far it is true, how to measure that or anything. Very hard,
Mhm.
grades or some of those things could be one metrics, but you think that there was or we had some impact on the academic progress because of this or the whole year.
Well, okay, so our district measures that we're using, things like the reading assessments and iReady, are actually showing us a bump up even overall over last year. But I think we have to be cautious about this because the testing conditions are not very standard, right? So everyone's taking the tests at their home. It's all kinds of factors. So I think while we feel optimistic that we're not seeing those, drops that we're hearing about in the news and other places, we're seeing strong or even in some cases better achievement overall. We really need to look at this all the way through next year to see what the impact is, because when the kids are taking assessments, in different ways under different conditions, it's a little hard to tell. So I think we're just going to need to keep that strong focus on those beginning of the year assessments. We always give assessments right when the kids come back, and then we're on that pace of looking at them 3 times a year, those district assessments, and then being responsive to that. So optimistic that overall things look good, but also reality check of, everyone's taking these assessments under different conditions. So we'll take a close look at that coming into fall.
Thank you. Hey, Jerry, should I be continuing or I have done 2 questions?
Maybe let's just do 2 for now, and we
Okay.
can come back more for round 1 here. Anybody would like to go next? Where you can just indicate passing like poker.
I'll go next.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Allison, I just want to commend you and your team for I think this is really, really well done. It's focused, it's specific. I really like it. One just word of caution, and that is when you mention adding new things, it does sound like an ambitious plan to me. So I think I would err on the side of caution in terms of adding things. I think you're really moving forward in the right direction. One of the questions that I have about the academic progress is on slide 12, and it's around adoption of materials. And I know the state has a schedule for adopting frameworks for the various areas, and they also suggest a timeline for districts to adopt materials in those various areas. And for many, many years, we have been off of that track, significantly off of that track. So I'm wondering how we fit now with, I know we've just done science, we're in the process of social studies, and we've had reading and writing fairly recently and math. So are we kind of on track with the state recommendations, or are we still out of sync?
Yeah, I would say we're on track. Most districts have not started their process for history, social studies. So even though it feels really long, we're right in line with other districts there. We had some bumps with the middle school science. That's one that we need to get back to. We probably need to bring you a more substantial update on what's been happening with that. Our teachers are just so wonderful and expert that we're having trouble finding something that can match their excellent homegrown things. So other than that, I would say we're right on pace. World language is just coming onto line, even though those books are so old. I think we might have missed one years back in world language, but overall we're on track. We're doing just fine. Mm-hmm.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you. And my second is not really a question. It's just, I'm so glad to see you calling out phonics in TK and K, because I think that's so critical to reading and writing and literacy and the advancement of our kids. So thank you for focusing on that. And that's all I have, Jerry. Thanks.
Thank you, Phyllis. And who'd like to go next?
If I can just comment on Phyllis's, because I think her point is very well taken, and something that we tried to stress is these are 3-year plans, and it really does fit into, we really want to build out that long term. And so when you look at it initially, it looks very ambitious, but spread out over 3 years, we want to make it attainable and continue so that every year we're not having to come back and switch direction. We really do want to establish this as, so every year we know where we're going to go, and we'll look at all of these different goals and see where do they align over the 3 years.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Stacy. Would someone like to go next?
I can go. I want to echo what my colleagues have said. The breadth and depth of what we're looking at here, and particularly in the context of what Stacy just said about the 3-year plan and being very sort of systematic in the way we're approaching how we're going to work through it. I really appreciate all that. I'm actually going to highlight something Phyllis just said, and put it right back up there front and center, that this continues to be a very high priority for me, which is what you've called out. I'm going to call out the specific bullet about the TK and K phonics. If anything, I think that's the most important age for us to get in there and continue to expand our practice there. I'd actually even maybe go a step further and say I'd love to see us bring in maybe an expert outside of the Calkins units of study system to kind of help us align with current science, reading science, specifically around how we can best incorporate that early phonemic awareness and explicit instruction, because that is that opportunity for brain development for kids. And the more of them that we catch at that very earliest stage of helping them to build that phonemic awareness, the fewer kids will struggle into 1st and 2nd and 3rd grade, and really set them up for, a period of years of a reading growth and explosion, and being able to experience all the wonderful things about units of study and reading, and the 3 steps with the contextual clues, and becoming strong readers. But that has to build on that early phonics foundation, and for some kids that just doesn't come naturally. So whatever we can do to get in there and hit that one hard in the 1st year of this plan, and as heavy as we can, to help build that bridge, for our littlest readers is very high on my priority list. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. And then Sylvia, did you want to go
I
next?
don't really have any clarifying questions. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts and ideas and more kind of discussion things. So we can just skip it,
All right.
Again,
Sure.
thank you, Allison. It's amazing.
Yeah, we'll pick that up then. All right, thank you, Sylvia. I guess I have 2.5 questions. The one is, I think what I like to talk about here is about personalized learning. And so this is an area that we've made an investment in with all the assessments and the data and all that. And I was just wondering, on the metric side, how do you see us measuring the effectiveness of personalized learning, especially, I guess, where we're really applying it is in mathematics? Just wondering if you have any thoughts there. I know we're certainly measuring achievement year over year, but is there a way for us to sort of capture either quantitatively or qualitatively how that is impacting academic learning?
Yeah, it brings to mind the surveys that Marie was sharing in one of our past meetings. We could build in some kind of qualitative feedback from the students and the teachers on that. I know Marie was getting some feedback on how excited the kids felt about their learning in math, how often they felt like they were stretching forward, those kinds of questions that could help us take a look at that from a different angle. In terms of the math data itself, we have iReady, and then we'll have CAS broken down by the different student groups to be able to see if all groups are making progress. But I like your notion of adding some qualitative information in there, and we can take a look at that. I think that could be something that was helped round out the picture of the student experience.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that a lot. I think just because I think there's sort of a couple of sort of threads here, right? One is the learning effectiveness, but also the other is really, helping our community understand what we're doing here. And I think this addresses, some of the things we hear from parents about, both in terms of having the students feel challenged or making sure they spend the right amount of time on places where they need more support. And so I think having some of that to complement some of the numbers would be good. So thanks. And my second question, again, it's on slide 14, and it's so on both, I guess, well, let's just say 1.16, it talks about building capacity for implementing strategies to personalize learning in a couple of these other areas, reading, writing, and phonics. It's listed under support students for higher needs. And I just wanted to understand the intent here. One, is this something we will roll out to everyone or just students for higher needs? And then two, the language, build capacity for implementing. Why doesn't it say implement? Building capacity for implementing and implementing are two different things. I just want to make sure I understand the nuance here.
Yeah.
So if you could comment on that. Yeah.
Sure. Could we put slide 14 up? Yeah. So I agree. We should change the wording so it's not so fuzzy. What we're doing there is continuing to provide professional development and also offering funds to the sites for creating their professional development plan. And it's about how do we take the structure of our reading, writing, and phonics program and utilize that small group and one-on-one conferring time. So it's about building up the teacher's muscles and, okay, I'm teaching this whole group lesson, the mini lesson, but then the majority of that teaching time is small group or one-on-one check-ins. And how do you really leverage that towards student goals? So we probably should move it out of students with higher needs as I'm listening to you, because it's all students. It's just how do you use that structure to give every child what they need?
Right. Okay, great. Thanks. That answers my question. My half question, if I beg everyone's indulgence for going over here, that orange circle you have there on the upper right, I notice everything is color coded. Some slides have two colors. It was driving me crazy during your presentation to try to figure out what it is. I give up. Can anybody help me? What do the colors mean?
So we have a very extensive slide deck, and each staff member has different slides that they're going to present.
I see. Okay, it's people, because some of them had two colors. Right. So then I sort of started trying to decipher this. So thank you for that. All right. So that's. Do we have any other questions or comments for round one? Satish, did you have? We could go on to talking about two, or if there's anything for one you'd like to.
Yeah, one I have one. Yeah, in slide 12.
Sure.
Yeah. So I just can you 1.7 the world language stuff, right? New framework. What could you explain that? Like, what is that little bit?
Yes. So the state updates the teaching frameworks periodically, and this explains methods for teaching. So along with the new framework, that process happens, and then the publishers come out with new textbooks. So we're not quite ready to pick the new textbooks, but we need to kind of get up to speed on what the state recommendations are for teaching. And then after that would be the new textbooks. So it's just part of that adoption process. And some of these textbooks, they're old. They're from, I mean, some of them might even be 80s or early 90s publishing date.
Okay, so the new framework is it standardized across every world language which we adopted, or is
Yes.
is it for each?
All languages. And it's a state document. Yeah, it talks about things like, what are the ways that kids can really learn language well? So kind of moving into that more updated thinking about giving kids a lot of chance to practice and also learn about not just the language itself, but cultures, things like that. So we usually work with the county office when this happens, and they bring their experts in to work with our team. And then once we kind of get the picture of the new framework, then we go into the vetting of the instructional materials.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Lori, look like you have your hands up.
I just wanted to follow on with a question you asked, Jerry, about the math and the, sort of the communication piece to home. We have this goal, I guess it's slide 14, that's, supporting students with higher needs, and it's trained staff is specifically called out, but, sort of that home to school link. I know at some point, I want to say it was either last spring or last fall, we had an opportunity to come in with Marie and look at some of the back end of iReady and some of the breaking down the diagnostic into that the kids are taking into the different sort of modalities or areas that there were strengths and weaknesses and things. Do we have any plans as a part of this to be able to develop having a parent report go out with more of that teased out information for the learning gaps?
Yes, we do. Marie has been working on that. I think she wants to join in if it's okay, if she wants to respond. I don't know if she has permission to speak
Yeah.
here.
I'm on.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer that. I was just meeting with the iReady folks yesterday, and I am so excited to share that the For Families report is going to be available at the end of April, if not maybe a little bit before. And so this is a comprehensive report that we've been asking for a while, and we are going to be able to put it into parent view. So so that will be the report that you're asking about, and it really breaks it down and gives parents the sort of information that they would love to look at and understand their child's progress. So it's coming.
Thank you for all the work on that. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you, Lori, and thank you, Marie. Anyone else on one? If not, we can move on to goal 2 then.
Wait, Jerry?
Oh,
is it
yeah,
okay
please.
if we do can we do discussion for goal 1 and then discuss, is that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, why don't we do that? That way things are kind of kept. If you have some comments, go ahead and do that, I guess. I'm certainly good with that. Yeah. Would you like to?
Sure, I can jump in, or did you want to go back in order?
Yeah, sure. We can just maybe that's easier for Allison also, I think. If so I guess Satish, did you have any sort of comments then?
No, I think specific to goal 1, I don't have any comments, and I think it is pretty much yeah, it's good. I think got a lot of recapture. I think I put in my initial comments in general on some of those, and yeah.
Okay.
Definitely this being the number 1 goal, absolutely it's number 1 goal, and I think a lot of items which you added, and I think Phyllis also mentioned that, so I'm happy for that. Yeah, that's all about the 1. I'll wait for my 2. I have 3. I have a few comments. Yeah.
Okay, and then Phyllis, did you have anything else additional to share?
I think we're on the right track. I have no other comments. Thank you for all your hard work.
Okay, all right, and then Lori, any comments on 1?
Yeah, same. I wove my phonics comment in and then got my questions answered. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Sylvia, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just jump in. So I had a couple thoughts, and maybe it's not so much a clarifying question, but I would love to get everybody's thoughts on this, especially with regard to report cards. So Allison, you had mentioned report cards and maybe revamping or adjusting or doing something with that. I'm very excited about that because I do think that ties into a lot of the other things that we've been talking about with the personalized learning, but also with resiliency and some of the more character things that we're wanting to build into the students. So I guess I wanted to get some more thoughts from Allison, Stacy, and the rest of the board about what that might look like and how that might affect teacher workload. And also, sorry, I'm kind of all over the place because I'm thinking about it from the elementary school level where it's, checks and check pluses and then comments, right? Then I'm looking at it from the middle school level where it's grades. And then I think about the transition to high school, where there is so much more emphasis on grading in high school. And how do we then do a successful transition if we're going to change report cards and try to emphasize more of that personalized learning, but then how do we do that more seamless transition to high school where there's so much more fear of grading. So at least from the student point of view. So I don't know, maybe Allison, if you want to give your thoughts.
I think all that's going on in your mind is going on in our minds too. And that's why it's the beginning of a 3-year plan, right? Because it's big and we won't know all the answers to those things right now because we haven't convened the team yet. But I think, yes, what you're saying is exactly what's on our minds. How do we think about our strategic plan and kind of match up where we are and where we want to go? And it might happen in incremental steps. I mean, one of the things that you said that I've also heard from teachers is, okay, you know, we have these things in mind that are related to social emotional learning or the 5 C's, like in our portrait of a graduate, but that's not on our report card. So how, you know, should it be? How might that look? All those things need to be worked out and talked about with staff. And of course, we would connect with you as well to provide updates. If we wanted to make any changes regarding grading, that would involve policy too. So we would be working closely with you on that. So I think we're just at the beginning and we don't know yet where it will lead, and we'll keep you informed along the way.
I think that the piece that I would add to that is just there is the excitement that across the board, there is that interest in re-looking at the report cards and making those adjustments. And so to me, that's the foundation, that's the largest hurdle to overcome. We have that in place and can continue that work moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I think about what we had to do this past year and at the high school level, and I think at the middle school level, it was kind of, you know, no grades or credit, no credit, you know, for the report cards for that first semester that we were in shelter in place, and instead the teachers were, you know, writing, you know, remarks and really more personalized things so that the student could get feedback and the parent could get feedback on progress, and how really useful that was, but how time consuming that was for the teacher too, right? To spend the time to do those things. And so where do we create that balance so that we give the teacher that flexibility to do that, but then also not add on to just the additional workload. And I agree, like Allison, that's the thing I'm thinking about when you say, like, how do we measure these things that we said, like creativity, compassion, civic mindedness, and they're not reflected on the report card. So I guess I'm thinking about some of the things that are happening at the site level. Like I know that we have teachers that are doing some really great things, right? To engage civic mindedness. And I know that there are sites that do things that have things like maker spaces where there's that creativity and the tinkering and all those things. So at what point do we say, these are great things, let's not make them site specific, let's figure out a way to create an infrastructure or a system so that they can have some implementation at district wide, you know? I don't know, these are just my thoughts. I wanted it to be more of a discussion, but if, you know, like if anybody has thoughts about it.
And I think part of that too, Sylvia, that really is the work as we're moving forward. You know, what Allison said, everything that you're saying, I think is what our thoughts are. And I know we've heard from our teachers, and now bringing that group together to really start having that discussion. We haven't had that opportunity. It's certainly been on our minds and our desire. And so I think what you're asking is exactly what the committee will start talking about and the groups will start talking about as we move forward.
Okay, and is that a committee of teachers? Is that a committee of, like, what's that gonna look like? What's that process?
I think we're still exploring how best to do that. We certainly know we need, you know, to have that collaborative work with our teacher groups. And so that will probably be our starting point, which already has.
Okay. All right, those are primarily my things for goal 1 then.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sylvia. And then let's maybe move on to goal 2 here then. Satish, would you like to share any further questions or comments?
Yeah, so just couple of questions. I think let me go to slide 15. 1 second. Yeah, slide 15, 2.9. So provide increased funding to support student success on the playground. So what is that? Are we something new we are coming up with, or you think that something is insufficient, or what is that, like this thought?
Yes, so in our last couple of LCAPs, we have devoted funding for SEL for the sites. And so what we're looking at is trying to increase that and then providing some different options for sites. We have some sites that are doing this now. Some of our schools work with groups like Recess 101 or Playworks, and they have support providers coming in at recess time to help the kids have a really positive experience. So that could be one way of approaching it. We're looking at, through the expanded learning funds, trying to increase that amount that we give to the sites. It's flexible funding based on their own SEL needs, and paying attention to that playground time, at least in the beginning of next year, for that first few months of school as kids are reacclimating to a full regular schedule, and meeting their new classmates in the fall. We think that'll be something important to focus on after this unusual year.
Yeah, that's good. Definitely, this is something. It's definitely after a year kind of thing. That a big, it is definitely going to help. And the same thing in the 2.4 also, like the counseling referrals, right? So, is it something that we are talking about going outside the school, outside the district, kind of, or is it something like a common pool of counselor, support in the district level, or how is it actually? What you're thinking?
Yeah, so right now we have mental health and counseling staff at our schools. And this is something that we know we need to focus on from that systems lens. We need to have a common approach. So we've had a lot of different site-based approaches, and we can see that some of these things have been very effective, and we want to get it to be a common system across all of the sites. So that will mean having a consistent referral process in terms of timeline, having consistent ways of knowing when kids should continue, when kids should exit counseling. It's part of our tiered system. So when we think about social emotional learning, everybody gets the regular SEL stuff at school, and then some kids go to counseling at school as part of their tiered support. And so wanting to make sure we have a system for that, and it's not just site-based.
Is it something like we are improving from the current one, or kind of we have and it's not good enough, or?
It's actually, I think, one of our top areas of need in the district, and we'll talk about this in expanded learning grant as well. We have a good amount of resources, but we have a lot of turnover in our counseling staff because a lot of them are brought in on short-term contracts, or they're interns. They're not, permanent district staff. And so it's harder to build that capacity and build that system when you have a lot of staff turnover. So we'll talk about that a little bit in more detail when we get to expanded learning, but ultimately we want to have stable staff, enough support to really give those tiered resources, and then a system that has curriculum and common timelines and common focus areas for those things that we know the areas that kids need support in these years, and we just need to make it more of a system instead of kind of restarting every year with new staff and new ways of doing things.
Yeah, no, thank you, Alison. Jerry, that's what I have in this goal too. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you, Satish. And Phyllis, did you have anything?
I did, and Satish stole it. Shame on you, Satish.
I like it, actually.
But I just want to follow up with, I like all of the goals under goal 2, but particularly like the one about recess, because I know from my own experience that the experiences kids have at recess and lunch have so much effect on what happens to them when they come back into the classroom. So thank you for that. And I'm glad to hear that you're exploring Recess 101. And I know some of our cities also provide through their Parks and Rec departments some at least lunchtime things for kids to do. So I guess I would err, as I always do, on the side of a little more district level decision rather than giving it all to the sites to make the decisions, because I think the consistency is a good thing. So I don't want it to be cookie cutter. I don't want to take away the site flexibility, but I do think that maybe a limited number of choices after they've been vetted by the district or something. But anyway, I applaud the whole PE thing. Thank you. That's it, Jerry. Thanks.
Thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, would you like to go next?
All right, well, Phyllis, you stole one of mine, so there. So I won't harp on the recess one, but thank you for highlighting that, and couldn't agree more. And you know, even up to the middle schools, helping the middle schoolers sort of find their place at, I won't call it recess anymore, brunch and lunch, too, I think is such a powerful tool for building connections up at the middle schools. But let's see, I want to highlight 2.3. I'm going to speak a little bit from personal experience here, just in the sense that I think part of that tracking and monitoring, I'd love to see us have a part of that goal be specific to transitions and frankly, articulation. That didn't happen for my older child between elementary and middle school, you know, for a variety of reasons. And I think that was a source of a lot of stress for a family to not have sort of an option for an articulation meeting. So I'd love to see any of our students with SST, you know, who have been involved in either the SST process or the 504, to have us have a very explicit process for at least offering, whether or not we do them all, but at least offering an articulation meeting for transition to middle school and then on to the high school district as appropriate. And then for 2.4, the counseling referrals, and I'm going to kind of combine this with 2.10, sort of this routine time for teaching and supporting SEL. In my mind, I feel like we have, you know, in our elementary schools with the single classroom and the single teacher developing relationship with the group of kids over the course of the entire year, there's sort of a protective factor that's built in there to that system of a caring adult who is really building that relationship with that child. And that feels a little bit lost, and has always felt a little bit lost, even when I was a middle schooler or junior high schooler in this district, you know, when you move up to the bigger environment. And I'm wondering if there's not room here to build in something, and this may be exactly where you guys are going, Allison, so you'll have to tell me, but almost like I'd love to see all of our middle schoolers meet at least once with either their AP, their counselor, or maybe it's in Wheel, you know, with their 6th grade. And then what do we do for 7th and 8th grade? But I would love that to happen, like on a, maybe even if we can't do it on a trimesterly basis, at least, you know, like twice a year, where even if we don't know if they need it, we just do it sort of proactively, to sit down for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes and check in with them and talk through some goal planning and how things are going. And, you know, just to proactively, I guess, check in with the kids and give them an opportunity to give us feedback about what their needs are. And for some of them, that will be awkward and uncomfortable, and it's probably still a good thing. And for others, it may be just what they need to open up and share what it is that they're not getting that they need, and to give us an opportunity to plan around that and to individualize it and personalize it in meeting the needs of that whole child. So you know, would love to hear if there's already thinking around that, or if we could do some thinking around that. That would be great too.
Thank you. I can share that with our middle school team. I think that there's just so many directions we could go in with this, but the piece that I'm taking away from your comment is just, what are those touch points for kids where where they have a chance to share how they're feeling and kind of what does that look like on a routine basis. So that's great.
And I think not every child is going to opt in. If it's optional, like I think they're told they have the ability to go make an appointment with their AP or go make an appointment with their counselor, but I don't know that that feels tangible to all of them. Whereas if we just sort of build it in and then it goes from there as needed, I don't know, that one feels like a reactive and one feels like a proactive, I guess, a little bit to me. So something, I guess that's what I'm looking for, is something built into our system that's just a check, a touch point, tell me what's on your mind as a developing learner and developing human, and what do you need?
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Lori. And then Sylvia?
Yeah, so I love everything that I'm seeing about SEL, and I love that we're being so intentional about it, especially with the curriculum. I think where I'm really reflecting on SEL is that in the end, a lot of social and emotional growth doesn't come from curriculum, right? It comes from relationship. It comes from interaction. It comes from opportunities to get involved or find something that you're passionate about. And I think about the things that I've seen in our schools where those things are happening. One thing that's not mentioned on this slide is sports. And I guess because my kids were really involved in sports and the wrestling and the softball and all those things. And that's where they got so much of that confidence and team building and collaboration and school spirit. So I'm thinking about things like that, like sports, like clubs, like the school musical, robotics club, Lego club. And these are just things that, like personally I was involved in, right? But there's so many more. And the way that those activities build into the students' social growth and emotional maturity and relational maturity. And I would love to see more resource put to that. And so I'm wondering, because a lot of that stuff is teacher dependent, right? Like it's them using their adjunct hours and it's them having a passion area that they want to, spend extra time doing. And so is there something where we can help incentivize our staff to do more of that, and to provide that, and then to do it at the elementary level and at the middle school level? I think there's more structures in place at the middle school level to do those clubs and the leadership and the sports, but I've seen it done really well at the elementary school level too. Like we used to go to the soccer games between Meyerholtz and Lincoln, and it was so fun, right? Because the kids were super school spirit, and the teachers were helping, and it was just a lot of fun to see those kinds of things. And so I would love to see more of that kind of put in as part of that structure. And I wonder if there's things that are happening already at the schools, like with web, the sixth grade orientation. There's things that are happening with leadership classes where they go and help at the elementary schools, right? And I think a lot of that builds into those things. So when I think about Murdoch Patel and the way that they have villages and the way that the older kids help the younger kids, why can't we take some of these great elements that some of our schools are already doing and find a way to integrate small parts of them into the whole district, right? Like having a buddy system, having middle school kids go to the elementary school as a part of a regular, calendar, having elementary school come to middle school and visit, and all of that stuff can help build into SEL. So I guess those are the thoughts I'm thinking about. The other thing I wanted to touch on was the MTSS and increasing support staff for MTSS, because I know that's something you said early on, not specific to the goal, but I see that as part of this. And it's interesting because I just read this morning, Tony Thurmond, who's the state superintendent, talked about how there was a report where students are saying that they respond better, or they feel like it's a safer space when they have teachers who look like them, right? And so I think about that when I think about the fact that there's an over identification of our African American and Hispanic students who are needing some of these supports and needing some of these, who are struggling. And so if we're looking at hiring more support staff, or if we're increasing that number, can we consider, if there are populations that are struggling, how do we best help them? And is there an element where having that same background or identification would help them?
So I think I would jump in and respond to both of your last comments, questions, wonderings too, because I think those conversations are part of what's coming out as we move forward on implementing these goals, because a lot of what you're talking about is really, when we look at supporting the students with the SEL, those are going to come out of those conversations. What are the things that are happening across campuses that are very successful and that we could mirror at other sites? What are some of those areas that we're identifying that in order to meet the support we need, do we need to look at, who's providing that support? So I think the questions and comments you're making is really what's going to come out of this conversation as we begin to put this in place for the next 3 years.
Okay, Sylvia, was that those your comments or?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. I guess I'm next here. All right. So a colleague said a lot of wonderful things. I agree with that. Let me highlight. So I do a +1 on the playground. I think Phyllis said that really well. I think some of the things for me, number one on 2.7, I really like that point. I've been involved with the nonprofit that provides mini grants to teachers, and over the years I've seen actually a number of grant requests come in from teachers who actually are asking for support for building their classroom library. And so I would just say that when we execute on that, please also reach out to, I know we have a lot of great thinking that's already been done across the district on what that could look like. And so just tapping into that. My other main comment, I guess I'll just, so the 2.2 in panorama, I know that this was our first year, and I remember in the discussions with some of the briefing we've had, it looks like there are other sort of assessments we could turn on, and so I would just hope that we continue to grow the coverage there. And then my main thing was sort of looking at this list, and I think it dovetails on what Sylvia talked about, was thinking about can we put in structures to maybe enable better peer support, right? Particularly at the middle school level, I guess. And I think a lot of the ideas that Sylvia was talking about in terms of having clubs, and these are, I can see them being sort of mechanisms for them to be able to not necessarily talk to an adult for support, but also their peers, and to the extent that we can build in opportunities for that through, I think clubs is a great one. There may be others, but that's really, for me, that would be really an important thing. So those were just, my comments. So thank you. Didn't really have any questions. It's really clear. So we could move on unless there were anything else on 2, then we can move on to goal 3. So Satish, would you like to kick us off here on 3?
Yeah, 3. 3 is, I think I like this, actually, community engagement, absolutely. But I feel that it's a little bit of generic, and a lot of, I think we need to have some clarification on that, how this engagement is going to be, right? It's a great idea to have a partnership with community. But is it like in a district level, in a school level? How are we going to do with? Is it with the PTAs, PTOs, or individuals, or how this is going to be? This kind of engagement we are envisioning here, actually.
Satish, was that about 3.1? I missed the beginning.
Oh, yeah. I think I would say 3 point. It's a combination, mainly 3.1. Yeah, reading fellows, right? So and the topic again, like community engagement, So yeah, slide number 16. Yes.
Okay, so for reading fellows, we're just kind of getting our arms around what this might look like, but we would imagine this being coordinated at the district level because we know we have, not an equal number of volunteers across all sites, right? So to leverage that power of our community fully as a district team, support our community volunteers, our reading fellows with training and encouragement and routines. And then we would have some kind of a process where our sites could request a reading fellow for a student. And then we would match our volunteers with kids who need that support at our school sites. So it's kind of rough still because we're still learning about it, but that's the general idea there. And in terms of the other comment about it being kind of generic in goal 3, we know that we need to kind of flesh out what 3.2, oh, and I see a typo, it should be 3.2 and then 3.3.
Yeah.
The district communication plan, certainly I know Stacy will follow up with you on that. And this is just not all of the information here at all on that. So we will provide additional information. And on 3.2, we have our Hanover parent survey, but we're looking at options for the staff survey. So we would want to engage you in that process too before finalizing what that tool was.
Okay. And the timeline for this reading fellows kind of thing, like we are, is it some work? It's in works, or it's something like fall, or and how do you ramp up kind of thing? You have?
Well, so Lynn is going to the trainings on this. It's a brand new program. So we're trying to figure out our bearings on how it works right now in hopes that we would be able to launch it in the fall. And certainly we would work with our PAC and DLAC parents also to help us get connected. Stephen and I have both done this in another district, a different idea, but same concept. So we have some idea about what it's going to take to make it happen. So I'll keep you posted. I don't have all the info yet, but the idea would be that we would have training sessions sometime in the fall and then get it launched and running next school year. We'd probably start it in stages, right? Start small with schools that want to jump on board with this to help us kind of work out the kinks and then grow it over time.
Yeah, this is a great initiative, and I definitely would like to hear more coming year, like how it is working, because this is two ways. One is definitely helping our districts and kids, and in addition to that, it's a great engagement with parents, and they know what's going on from the district perspective also. It's an easy way to communicate both ways. We get their perspective as well as they understand the district perspective as well. And I fully, I support this launch of this. Thank you. That's all I have on this goal 3 overall, Jerry.
Thanks, Satish. And then Phyllis, please.
Thanks, Jerry. Well, Satish has done it again. He stole my comment. But I did have
next time, Phyllis, you start. I will.
No. I like that.
Just pulling you. Yeah.
So I had a question about reading fellows, actually. I think it's a great idea. I love the notion of the community support here. And there was a time back in the day, I don't know if it's still going on, but one of our schools, Nimitz, had a partnership with Apple where they had Apple tutors that came in on a regular basis and worked with individual kids. And I thought it was a great program. And I'm wondering if tangentially to the reading fellows, if you're thinking about reaching out to any of the local businesses, like maybe Apple would stretch to other schools or other businesses in the community that might do the same thing. It's a great business school partnership. So just a thought. Have you thought about that at all, or are you thinking about reaching out, or maybe through Rotary? I don't know.
I think once we kind of get organized, we'll need to kind of leverage every network we have, right? We can ask people to help us spread the word, and we'll have to go about it that way and maybe run a series of trainings where people who are interested can come and find out about it. I think we'll reach far and wide, and hopefully, yeah, it would be great to have community partners. I'll have to look into that Apple program. I hadn't heard about that. So
well, I don't know if it's still going on, but it was very effective when it was. Carrie would know all about it. But I'm
Okay.
thinking like Sand Hill is one of our local folks, our builders, the block construction. Some of those companies that we work with are in our community and have kids in our schools. That might be a good partnership to explore. So just a thought. Thanks, Jerry. That's all I have.
Thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, please.
So I'll piggyback again, and I'll say add Rotary and maybe your senior centers to your list of potential community partners, especially if there was an opportunity to continue in any sort of Zoom capacity. You know, I know a lot of your senior centers have, you know, retirees who are looking for ways to stay involved with the community and would love probably to be partners with, you know, helping young kids. I know we'd have some vetting to do around that and figuring out how to keep it safe, but I think that could be really powerful as well. And then the other thing I would offer up on this 3.1 is I know Sunnyvale School District has their, I think it's called Reading Partners. And I think it's an established organization that already exists that other school districts partner with. So I don't know if we want to at least ask them what works well and what doesn't work well for that program with them. And I know a couple people who have volunteered with them over the years from our district. But the one thing I'll call out about their program, from what I know of it, is that they do sort of have a triage aspect to it where they're assigning their volunteers first to their kiddos that are their struggling readers. So it's not necessarily that you're volunteering at your own child's site with, you know, peers in your student's grade level or whatever. It's really, if you're volunteering for the program, it's sort of on a triage basis of what kiddos need the support the most for struggling readers. So that might be an aspect for us to consider too about, you know, if there's ways to, even if it's not, I don't know, maybe there's a way to offer choice to volunteers that would allow them to be paired with children at other sites who maybe have the highest needs, if that's the case and they're willing. Maybe we can make it a choice thing or something. And then for Hanover, for 3.2, you know, I think that kind of goes in with the second 3.2, which is really 3.3 around, I know part of the thinking around sort of this coordinated communications plan and building out our capacity for engagement is going to maybe involve some building out of further superintendent or board committees. And I think we're talking about that a little bit later, but I'm just hoping that as we build those future surveys that, I know one time Leslie had included a couple of us from DAC in a process of sitting down and sort of going over the Hanover questions before they went out. And I think that would continue to be a helpful tool to sort of, I think we've had some feedback that sometimes the questions don't always get at what parents want to share. And so maybe that's a way that we can help to make those surveys as effective as possible, not only for collecting what we need, but also in a way that feels inclusive and engaging to parents. So anyway, I'll just +1 that work to continue to expand that into, you know, the various committees we already have and wherever we're going with what comes next on building on that.
Thanks, Lori. And then Sylvia, please.
So Lori took my thing about reading fellows. So I guess we're just, yeah, the Reading Partners program, I know a lot of Monte Vista students volunteer with Sunnyvale District to do the reading thing. And so I know that that's a program that's already working there. What I love about this idea is that it's not just parent-based, it's community-based. And this is something we've been talking about for the last year and a half, is is how do we engage not just the parents, but the community, and have them interact with the district, have them see, you know, just the increase that interaction and that engagement. And my in-laws volunteer as reading, you know, helpers or math tutors in Oakland at the Oakland School District, and they love it. And they're, you know, retired, and they have a little group of friends. They all go at the same time, then they go get lunch afterwards. And I love the idea of us doing something like that here, and engaging with not just parents, but with retirees, with seniors, with young adults. We have so many, you know, like Phyllis said, with Apple employees, there's a lot of young adults that would love to have the opportunity to give back. So love that idea. In terms of kind of connecting with families, connecting with and increasing community engagement, one thing I've been thinking about is how are we supporting, or how can we better support or best support our parent organizations, the PTA, PTO, HSCs, you know, all of those groups. And I guess what I think about is I think about the PTA structure, right? So PTAs have like a PTA council, then they have regional PTA, and PTAs provide some of that resource and training and those kinds of things. But because not all of our schools have PTAs, some of them have PTOs, some of them have HSCs, it ends up not being kind of equivocal in terms of the level of support or training or leadership training that they're getting. And I think about the fact that a lot of PTAs and PTOs, they struggle every year to get parent volunteers, right? Like it's in some sites, it's practically begging, you know, please sign up for PTA. And I guess if the district can help support the parent organizations, whether that's by providing leadership training for them, whether that's by providing more forums for them to interact with each other. I know we have PAC-DLAC, but that's really just one parent from each school, if that. But having more of those kinds of get-togethers. When I think about kind of the privilege of leadership, rather than the burden of leadership, right? Like that's kind of at the site level. As a parent volunteer, as somebody who's in PTA, we're constantly saying, just sign up, just volunteer. It's only 45 minutes, you know, like all you have to do is this, versus, hey, you get to be a part of PTA. You get to be a part of, you know, volunteering on campus. It's a shift. And I would love for the district to provide those resources for our organizations so that it's kind of a privilege. Like, hey, you get to go to this thing. You get to receive leadership training. You get to see what's going on at the district level. You get to interact with other parents at other sites. And so whatever we can do in this way to help, you know, I'm looking at the TBD, to connect families by providing more support and more resources. So that's where I'm at with some of these goals. I think it's great. I think if we can do more to provide that parent support, I think that'd be really good.
Thanks, Sylvia. And then for me, again, +1 on the reading fellows. I won't say any more other than I think you have 5 volunteers here to support this. And again, dovetailing on what Sylvia said and what I shared earlier, I think a big part of this for me is really about building affordances for folks to connect with each other, right? And again, so for me, this one is really sort of at that parent community level. So I'm thinking about the Parent Square, the site, the app or whatever we just rolled out. Can we leverage that to help people form these communities? And I think that connects with what Sylvia talked about in terms of enabling some of these groups. On the 3.3 here, on the the communication plan. And I know that the title is called engagement, and I would just encourage us to think about this really not so much as just communication, but really engagement. And the difference for me there is getting feedback, because I'm hoping that, and our strategic plan is really a living document, that over the next some number of years that we get feedback from the community. And so I would love to, for instance, find out how the community feels about the different planks of our strategic plan, whether the ones that we're focusing on are aligned with some of the priorities in the community. And so just really kind of, certainly we need to communicate more and better, but then also getting that feedback to help us. So that's really it. But I echo everyone's comments here. That's just really well put together. So thank you for that. I think we do have one public comment, so I did want to pick that up. Just give Leslie, could you confirm, do we have a comment?
We
Or
do have one comment,
Okay.
and I'm just checking. Yes, we have one comment.
All right.
And Jerry, if I can just a quick time check reminder, we had allocated 90 minutes to this and we're very close to that time. So.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thanks. Thank you. So could we invite the speaker to?
Absolutely. Rupa Taran, if you would raise your hand.
I see Rupa here. So thank you for your patience, Rupa, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if you called me earlier. I had to go pick up my daughter from Stevens Creek Elementary. It was her first day of in-person, and she's so excited. She woke up very early and got ready, and I'm so glad that she's back in school. Thank you for all the hard work. My comments were really about the agenda item where you discussed the academic planning and the socio-emotional planning and the survey results and the detailed plans that you presented. And there was a few concerns I had. I really liked that you brought out the importance of recess time and play and its importance on learning. I wish that you addressed that a little bit more, in the sense also, and look at the impact of PE on improvement in academic learning, look at the impact of arts and music and those kind of activities that make children happy and therefore more prepared to learn in the classroom, and pay more attention to how to enable those kind of activities in the campuses, have more funding allocated to those activities. And that was one comment. The other comment was related to, again, Panorama survey. I think I had brought this up earlier, but I really would like to have you rethink your Panorama survey and see if it is really giving you the data that you need, because the survey is very complex and these are young kids. So I'm not really sure that it's any helpful at all. And the third point, I do have a third point that I want to bring about is the importance of limiting the screen use in the classrooms. And that was a really bad result of distance learning. And we were forced to do that during the pandemic, but there is no reason to depend so much on online learning when we go back to full in-person schooling in fall. And I really want you to consider the parents who are really struggling with screen addiction and children who are struggling with screen addiction, and really take our inputs into this and not carry forward the extent, the amount of screen-based learning that has been going on for the past year. It's one of the major reasons why I'm so opposed to distance learning and the screen dependency. So I would really encourage the board and the superintendent and the school districts to please limit screen-based learning for young minds. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Rupa, for your comments. So I think that ends public comments on this one. I'll bring this back to the board for any final comments or reflections before we leave this study session item. Anybody? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, Satish.
No,
Did
no,
you?
no, no. I think I
Okay.
was about to say, since you're looking, I was the first person.
Oh, no.
And nothing much. I think everything is great, and I think we are going in the right way. Appreciate all this effort.
Great, thanks. Any other comments? Not, we're 11:17, only 2 minutes behind. Wow. So we'll welcome the yellow person, whoever that is, to kick us off here.
All right, so we are right on time, and we'll start talking about our next session, which is really focusing on our district priorities. And what you're going to notice as we move through and have this discussion is, or we hope that you notice, is a lot of similarities, because our goal really, as we're moving forward and developing and building on our long-term strategies and our long-term plan, is to really have a layered approach. And so we want everything aligned. Our strategic plan is our foundation that we do all of our work towards. So our district priorities need to align to that strategic plan. Our LCAP needs to align to the strategic plan, to our district priorities. So you're going to see some very similar language, some very similar measurements, because that is how we want to operate moving forward. So wherever we're investing our time and our money needs to be aligned to that strategic plan. When we talk about our budget in the future, everything will be aligned to that strategic plan as well. So next slide. Wanted to bring this back. This was the result of our work back in January, where we went through and we revised some of our board protocols and procedures, created this new format that I think is easy to view, easy to share. We'll continue to look at this throughout the year, ensure that we're following our protocols, that we're following our procedures. Our commitments are still there, what we believe, and that is all aligned to our strategic plan. What we will spend some time on today is up in the upper right-hand corner with the district priorities. These were established over the last two to 3 years. And as we're moving forward and as we're adjusting our LCAP, our district priorities are going to change. And so I'll ask us to take a look at those 3 priorities and have some suggested changes for our process moving forward. And then also we had spent some time talking about our board and superintendent committees back in January. We had did some revision as far as who was assigned to each of the committees, but I'd also like to talk about those committees as well. So 3 tasks for us on the next slide. One is recommending that we do continue with our protocols and procedures. Again, I think we spent time on those in January, and to continue to allow those to go into place and ensure that we are following them. The other is that based on feedback and what we've learned through this year, and I think Satish's question earlier on really resonates, is what have we learned? And I think that the one piece that has really stood out throughout the year is the involvement. We recently had the presentation from our parent survey and scored very high in all of our areas, with the exception of one, was the involvement, sense of involvement, either at the district level or at the school site levels. And that really resonated with me. And looking at how many different touch points can we have or put into place so that we are a partnership with our communities, with all of our stakeholders. And so I am proposing to initiate 3 new committees that I think are identified areas that we have. One is I would like to start a superintendent advisory committee. This really is, we have many new things coming forward. We have a lot of different policies that we may want to take a look at. We have some new ideas. We want to, again, put our strategic plan into a very actionized plan. And I think the value of hearing from different stakeholders on that monthly basis that I can gather feedback from, share ideas with, and help us to move along. The second one would be the Technology Advisory Committee. We talk a lot about technology. Again, we've learned a lot through this year, and we believe many of the pieces that we've learned will carry over, but truly to embed technology into our long-term planning as well, where we are going to spend the money. What does that really look like as we unroll out through the years? And Mahmoud, as our Senior Director of IT, to be able for him to really work close with our community, which we have experts out there. We're home and sitting in the center of our Silicon Valley, and we really need to tap into the expertise that we have surrounding us. And this committee would be able to bring that venue together. And then the last one is the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. And again, I think there's a lot of conversations. We are making a big move right now, later today, that we're asking to approve a resolution, which as a board, we typically haven't brought many resolutions forward. But I think the time is right to really engage and bring a group together that starts looking at what are our current policies and procedures. How do we ensure that we really are culturally representative of our entire community, of our entire nation, really? And then really to look at what are some of those foundational principles that we want to have in place moving forward, and to utilize this committee to really take a look at that and bring recommendations back to us. And so those three committees I would like to recommend that we put in place. The first two, the superintendent and technology, would be superintendent committees. And then the equity and diversity, I think would be a board committee, and would love some feedback on that. And then the third task that I have for us today is to ask to modify and agree upon our district priorities, which will align with our strategic plan. So next slide. And really, our district priorities this is what we stand for. Students will always be our top priority. And as we've reflected over the year, we've had a lot of conversations about socio-emotional learning, but we don't ever want to lose focus that we are also here for the academics. That will always be our primary. It really is about that whole child. And so trying to capture our district priorities are about the academic needs and the best interests. We'll always continue to operationalize the strategic plan, which addresses the whole child. We'll align those with our LCAP. We'll align those with our school site SIPSAs. But the other piece that I think is a priority, and again, as feedback and things that we've learned, is we really need to strengthen our internal and external communication, and really reach out and expand those opportunities for our community. I think we've heard time and time again, our parents want to be involved. We want to form partnerships. I think we need to build that as our priority to happen over the upcoming years. Next slide. And then really, how are we going to measure them? And I think measurements are important. We need to have that goals that help us hold us accountable. And so you're going to see, as we mention and recommend some of the measures, they are going to align with the LCAP. And again, I think the work that we're doing day to day needs to be aligned with what our long-term district priorities are as well. So we'll do the measures that we're outlining in the LCAP. We have a lot of assessments. We have a lot of different tools in there. But I also think as we evolve through the year, we need to continue to identify, based on feedback from our committees, based on feedback from our community, do we need to adjust at what some of those measures are and remain to be flexible in some sense as we add different types of measures under our priorities? Next slide. And so district priority 1, again, this language hopefully looks similar to what you just saw in the LCAP, because we really do want that aligned and capturing that academic excellence and the personalized learning to support the whole child. And really tying this directly into the strategic plan, because if we're investing our money into the LCAP, into our strategic plan, our priority needs to invest that as well. And we really do want to see the resources that help our students thrive, the academically, the social, emotionally. So it is looking at that whole child. And our measures, these aren't measurements, these are measures. They are to help form the context of where that district priority, what would we look at? Again, because I think for our priority to take action and to be something that we can continue to look at, we need to be able to come back throughout the year and measure that and provide the feedback and updates to you. And so we could do this through our assessments, through our other tools, our surveys. We will continue being able to come back and say, here's where we are with our priority. We're meeting it. We're on task to meet it, or maybe we're missing the point and we need to revisit what that priority is or what our measurements are. So we would continue to develop what the measurements are based on these measures if we agree on this priority. Next priority. The second priority is the stakeholder engagement and involvement, and really did expand this past just engagement, because I think it really is involvement. And to me, that goes much deeper than just engaging with them. It's that sense of they are part of our team. Our community is truly our partnership, working side by side to provide for our students. And so we do want to reach out and changing and saying stakeholders, because sometimes I think when we're talking about the engagement and involvement, we forget about the most important is our students, and we need to hear back from the students as we're developing our priorities. There's been a lot of reference to a communication plan for all stakeholders. And, one of the biggest pieces of feedback I've heard this entire year is our communication. I think that's not uncommon for every district to always have communication be as one of the elements of improvement. And I think that is definitely where we want to go. We want to improve our communication. We want to ensure that the message is getting out. And I think due to the nature of the pandemic, a lot of time we were sending out messages that were reactive because things were changing so fast. And I think truly as we develop our communication plan, it's being that proactive, and it's really showcasing and highlighting what CUSD is all about and informing our community, not in times when we need something, but throughout the entire year. And we can do that through many different ways. Last week was our first superintendent newsletter. That'll be something that'll be going out every month and really just highlight some of those topics or some of those wonderings that our community has. We know that we want to take a look at our website. And we also really want to tap into the social media. For so many of our families, social media is the mode of communication, and we want to make sure that we are right there with our families and our community, sharing that communication. The committees that I mentioned prior, we may identify some additional committees as we move through the year. And then the next one is really a way to showcase CUSD at the beginning of each school year and creating an annual state of the district. We kick off the school year. We're going to have so much to celebrate when we come back in the fall, and we're returning in person and students are back every day. So really wanting to set up something where we can share it with everyone in our community, the great academics that we have, the successes that we have, highlight some of those special areas, and really let CUSD be known by everyone for the quality that we provide for our students. Next one. And then District Priority 3 is really a combination of priorities that we've had in the past. We know that we are always going to want to maintain long-term fiscal stability. We know that we are always going to want to retain and hire the best, highest quality teachers. And knowing where we're headed in the district in the future years, we need to acknowledge that we are in declining enrollment. So how do we really ensure that our long-term fiscal plan meets the financial needs, allows us to retain those high quality teachers, but also addressing that we are in declining enrollment, which means we are going to be decreasing in our staffing? And how do we ensure that we keep the staff that are so important to us? And so we would measure that through balancing enrollment and our facility use. And we'll talk more about the revenue enhancements and the facility use. How do we partner with our current campuses? Is there space on the campuses that we could be leasing out that keep it balanced? That bring in that ongoing revenue that help us keep that balanced, long-term stable fiscal environment. And really with our budget development as a measure, we need to ensure that wherever we're spending money aligns to what we're saying we're doing in the strategic plan, which aligns to what we're doing in the LCAP, which aligns to our SIPSs. So where we place our money is really indicative of what we value and what we are really prioritizing. And then the last measure is really doing a 360-degree. Leslie with HR will look at what is it, what does our staff need? What is the feedback? What's working well? What's not working well? What resources do they need? Because we know that staff satisfaction is so important for us to continue offering the quality education to our students. And so the next slide. It really is, as we talk about these three priorities, is asking the three questions. Do the three priorities reflect the intent of you as the board? Do the priorities align with our strategic plan? And do the priorities align with the LCAP goals? And so with that, I'm going to pause and open up for questions and discussion.
All right, thank you, Stacy. Let's just go in the same order we had before then. So Satish, could you kick us off, please?
Yep, I can start. And I think more than the questions, I think I have more comments here because I don't think there's much to ask questions here. Okay. First of all, I think it's a great, and I'm fully supportive of this. The priorities looks pretty good. And I'm so happy that we are emphasizing across, even for both, even our LCAP goal as well as the district priority perspective, on community engagement. Actually, this is really standing out here. And I think this is one area which I know it's very hard to make it a foolproof or 100% satisfactory, but still I see that lot of effort and emphasis here. And thank you very much for that, Stacy. Like, I think this, we have been talking, we have been hearing from community, we have been, in various, forums, we are hearing this. And I think we are doing a great job on that, like especially putting an additional focus on that. Okay, so special thanks to you on that. And regarding the committees, I think this is definitely, I'm happy for that, having this additional committees here. And let me go to that slide. and your proposal of having these 3 committees, how it is being operated, and those things. Probably I hope my colleagues will ask those questions, and so I don't want to steal that okay, in advance. But in general, I like this, and I think we should go for this. And this all I think. As exactly mentioned, that some of the feedback what we got during the year, I think this will help us to make it much more stable and sustainable. And I think that's it I have in general, and probably the tools and things like that, and the surveys, measurements, and those things. I think it is still, we are talking more, we are yet to see those things. But from the goal perspective, I think priority perspective, these are good. That's what I have in general about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. And then Phyllis, would you like to go next?
Yes, and I don't have any questions, just a couple of brief comments. On the slide board considerations, my answer to those 3 questions are yes, yes, yes. And in terms of comments, I love the notion of alignment, where we take from our mission statement to the strategic plan down to the SIPSs and the LCAP and all of that, totally aligned. I think that's great. I think that's something we need to do. And a huge plus to the notion of communication. That's something that we hear from the community. And so I'm glad, Stacy, that you and the rest of the staff are taking that on as a priority. So well done. I'm all for the district priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, please.
All right, so I'm going to echo again. I'll start with the board considerations slide, which I think is, 27? So I'm a yes, yes, yes to those 3 questions as well. And communication would be the one that I would call up to. I really value that. I think, what's become clear to us this year, maybe more so, even than it was before, is how important communication is to the partnership between home and school, and to really building out our family's ability to be partners to the learning. And so I really see building out communication as part and parcel to continue to deliver on our educational mission for kids. So really excited to see that one figuring in here, as sort of a next thing that we're going to put a lot of conscious thought into. I am really in favor of bringing in a communication specialist to really tie in and integrate across all of our priorities, across the learning mission, and really figure out how to best share with families what's going on, and to really keep that two-way channel of communication open as much as possible. And I think really too, to start to build on how broad the opinions and that two-way communication channel is coming from the community, right? I think that's one of the pieces that sometimes gets lost, is people know what they themselves are sharing with us. They know what we're sharing out. They know what they themselves are sharing with us. They don't always have a sense for how many different and broad the opinions being shared with us are. And so I think that would be a big way to help all of us understand, both us, as a board, as a district, but also as a community of stakeholders, to understand the needs of all learners, and to really broaden our horizons to look holistically at sort of all of the communication we're receiving, because I think that's where we find balance. And I guess that's where I'm really excited to see us go, is balancing needs and perspectives, because they are so diverse, because we are such a big district, because we do serve such a diverse community. So in so many ways. So anyway, excited about that. And thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. Really just excited to see the work continue to roll.
Thanks, Lori. And then Sylvia, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any questions either, just some comments about, well, I guess to answer yes, yes, yes on all 3 questions as well. I want to take a moment and talk about priority 1 being academics. And I think this is something that sometimes gets lost in our conversation, the fact that we are a very high performing academic district is not something we should take for granted, right? Because sometimes I think we forget about that because we get lost in all these other details and all the other things that we want to provide for the students besides academics. But I remind myself from time to time what a luxury that is. The fact that we have excellent programs, the fact that our students, by and large, are doing really well academically. You know, certainly if you look at statewide results and things like that. And so, we get together with the other school boards in our county, and we know that that's not the case for all districts. Some districts are really struggling, to get their students to stay at grade level or surpass grade level. And so I do want to take a moment and acknowledge and recognize that our teachers are doing an amazing job, that we're doing a really good job with the academics. And I guess all that to say that because we're doing so well in that area, and of course there's always going to be room for improvement, but I love the idea of taking more risks with that and being innovative with that, with the personalized learning, with maybe other things to foster and enhance some of that academics beyond just kind of grade level standards, but really going back to that portrait of a learner and going beyond those things. And so, nothing different than what you've already said in the slide, but just wanted to point it out because I think sometimes we gloss over and say, oh yeah, we're doing well academically. And I don't think that's something we should gloss over. With priority 2 being engagement, also in favor of everything that's on that slide. The thing I'm thinking about is a few years ago when we did the CUSD United, when we were trying to do, we're in it together, because one of the areas that we recognized where we had a weakness was that we were so siloed, right? Parents really are connected to their sites and not as connected to the district. And so there was an effort, that was started a year or two ago to try to get more of that district-wide school spirit. And so I would like to have that kind of, it's not really as reflected in district priority 2, but I think that that's part of it, right? Because I think if we want to increase engagement and increase district, the strength of our district is to provide some more opportunities for parents to not just be connected to their site, but be connected to the district as a whole. I think having the 3 committees is great, and I think that's one avenue towards that. But I wonder if there's other things that can be a part of that. Because I think as we know and as we see that there may be changes in the district, there may be changes in sites, we want the connection to be with the district, and how can we build that? So I guess my reflection or feedback would be to think a little bit more about what we can do to add to that priority and put that in. And then priority number 3 with sustainability. With facility use specifically, I guess I'm wondering about the facilities master plan because, I served on that committee and then, we had a whole kind of plan and all these things in place. And then of course the pandemic happened. And so is that part of this 3-year plan to go back to that master planning and look at how we're going to use facility use? And what our facilities are going to look like, especially what we've learned from the pandemic and maybe some of the ways that we can use common space or outdoor space or whatever that is. So I guess I just say, ask where's the FMP in this priority? And then staff feedback, I love that we're going to do that. So just kind of +1 on that. So those are my thoughts.
Right. Thanks, Sylvia. Next here. So I think I have such eloquent colleagues who make such great points. I'll just add a +1 to what Lori said about communication. I think particularly having someone who can really think through and execute the strategy, and Sylvia about the academics, and really, I think one, both not taking it for granted, but being able to take some risks as we're doing. I'll just maybe speak up a level because so many good points have been made here. And I think, I reflect on the fact that we have a new superintendent, or a new permanent superintendent. And I really appreciate the fact that you're setting out a roadmap and a vision here that really builds on what we've had on the strategic plan, but focuses on certain things. And I think that really, so I really appreciate you sort of, structuring this vision and priorities in that way. And then something that Allison said earlier stuck with me at the end when she said something about routines to support progress. And I see, I'm so happy. I think, what Phyllis said earlier about being, and Satish about being happy to see this. It's, this is why I wanted to serve on the school board, right? I felt like I've been eating broccoli the last 8-10 months. And finally, there's the chocolate part of this, of us really talking about what we can do for the children here. And so I think what Allison said about the whole routine thing is, I think there's sort of I see the goals we're setting out. It's going to be a change in how we do things, and it's really a cultural change. And so one of the things to really think about that doesn't necessarily show up here are what are the affordances, and what are the routines, and what are the protocols we can build into all this, right? So you talked about, for instance, the state of the district. That's a wonderful thing. And we just, once we get it started, it'll become a natural thing each year, right? And a lot of these sort of the newsletters and so forth. So really just, I love it. Thank you so much, and fully support all this. One small tiny thing is the diversity committee. I think the usual acronym is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think we've listed it alphabetically. So if there aren't any objections, I would rather, I prefer we name it the way everybody else names it, DEI, but very, very tiny suggestion. But with that, then those were the gist of my comments, really building on what my colleagues shared. I wanted to check real quick if there are public comments on this particular session. Leslie, do we have any cards on this one?
I am doing one last check. We do not.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yep.
Then I'll bring it back to the board for another round or any final thoughts before we leave study session 2. Anyone? No? Okay. With that then, maybe Stacy, I know we had said we could break a little early. Maybe that's so. Any thoughts here on?
Yeah, so we're actually 30 minutes ahead of time. So if the board would like, we could take a lunch break now and reconvene at 12:15 or 12:30 if we need a little bit longer. And is there an interest then? Our next session is about an hour and a half to 2 hours. We could start early on that. Everyone's in agreement to that. We tried to give tentative times, but we've moved along at a very good pace.
Yeah.
So we'd be back at 12:15 and go until we're done,
Yes,
roughly 2.
we do have 2 items that we need to come back to after the board advance that are our regular discussion action items.
Okay, so the suggestion is half hour for lunch and be back at 12:15. Is that the proposal on the table here? Just want to make sure.
Or do you want to do? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sylvia.
My only concern is, since we kind of listed the times, and if there are people that are, gonna come back at that time because they want it. So that's my only concern. I don't know that there will be, but
yeah. I have one question. Do you want to do the other part now till 12:15, and then 12:15 we can take a break and then do the budget, because budget is the one which I think, Sylvia, you are thinking, right, with others?
Yeah, then we end up kind of doing that. Some of these things out of order is the thing. And I certainly appreciate Sylvia's point about somewhat sticking to the schedule so people don't feel like we, advertise this. So what about 12:30 as a sort of a compromise? Would that be okay with folks?
Yep.
We have about 45 minutes for lunch. I can actually go eat something I wasn't going to before. So maybe we could edit this slide if it's possible, just so folks know, and then we we'll be back at 12:30 then, if that's all right with everybody. Let me check all the cameras. I actually don't see everybody here. 12:30 then?
Yes, fine.
You speak.
Okay, all right, great. So we'll be back at 12:30 then. All right, thanks. We'll adjourn the, not adjourn, what's the term? We'll be back at 12:30. Thanks.
Do you want us to leave this Zoom up and running, or do you want us to exit and come back?
I was thinking if we maybe just mute it and stop the camera, but leave it running, if that's all right, if that's not a bandwidth issue for folks. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Okay. And it is 12:30, so let's go ahead and start the study session number 3. So whenever you're ready, Stacy. I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Welcome back. In our last session, we'll actually have a couple different items that fall under this, with the bulk of the time really talking about our COVID money that we've received and are expected to receive, and some of our preliminary thinking on how best to utilize the funds to support our students and staff as they make the transition back, and then for the planning for the upcoming year, as we do have until August of 2022 to spend some of the money. And so we'll give our initial thinking and be looking for some feedback in that area. Then we also wanted to highlight our revenue enhancement. It was something that Jeff had shared back in October, some of our projected thinking and how we can continue to help build our long-term fiscal stability, and have some updates on where we are there. And then just at the very end, just a very quick update about budget and what we're foreseeing for the future and continuing to monitor. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, our blue dot.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Stacy. As we start off, I get the pleasure of starting us off, but you're actually going to hear from every executive cabinet member during this piece of the presentation. So we won't spend too much time on some of the slides. We certainly can return to them if there's any questions. But we're really talking about the COVID-related dollars that we have received as a district. There are more dollars now that we have received, and they are all considered one-time funding. They have different end dates in terms of when we can, or expiration dates on when the funds have to be expended by, but they are all considered one-time dollars right now. And so really, as we take a look at this, we're going to look at it through the lens of the funding updates, which are the previously reported dollars that we have shared with the board, and then the new dollars that we are slated to receive. And then what the rest of the team will share are those potential expenditures that we are looking to have as a district. And so jumping into it, again, as Stacy and Allison hit on earlier, our fiscal expenditures or our budget development should all be reflective of what direction we are going as a district, whether it's related to the strategic plan or LCAP. That still is applicable, even if it's one-time dollars related to COVID. There are certainly some new items we'll talk about with HVAC or things of that nature that might be a little bit different than gets called out in a strategic plan or a development, but the rest of it really does align back to the direction that we are going as a district. And so to start off, this should be very familiar for the board. These are those COVID dollars that we have already received. We've had to report on these. And when you think about the reporting, there's 10 to 12 categories that these dollars can be spent in that get reported quarterly. We have gone and updated them along the way. We will continue to do so at the requirements that we have. And the important piece of the updating of where we're spending is it allows us to be a little bit flexible. So if we have to move money from one grant to another, we're able to do so as long as it always meets the criteria that the dollars were slated for, and the support of students, the support of reopening, and so forth. So the first one, I won't read it all to you, but we have our ESSER 1. We also have ESSER 2, and then in a few slides, we'll talk about ESSER $3 that may be coming in. We have our GEAR funds, which is about just over 600,000. We have our CR funds that we've already received. We have our coronavirus relief funds, and then we have the other Senate bill that we have received. So that adds up to just under $8 million.
Jeff, remind me what CR means.
You know what? I actually don't know what CR means. I actually don't know if I've ever seen it broken out outside of CR. Stacy, do you know off the top?
I believe it stands for COVID relief.
Yeah, I wasn't. Okay, thank you, Dorothy.
Okay. Thank you.
Out of all these, I don't think I've ever seen CR broken out any other different. So sorry. Thank you, Phyllis, and Dorothy in the background. So moving on, the next one that we are talking about here are those ESSER $3. That's just about $2.4 million that we are slated to receive as a district. And then if you note the asterisk on there, these are important because we have to set aside about 20% of those ESSER $3 for learning loss. And so that's that 490,000 that is called out on that slide. This is pulled straight off of CDE website. Anyone can go on and look at any of the funding we have received that way as well. Moving forward, AB 86 allowed or provided school districts with in-person instruction or learning opportunity grants. Can't say that, sorry. It was about 6.6 billion from Prop 98 General Fund. We have until August 31st of 2022 to spend those dollars. I think what's important here is if you take a look at the blue that's on the bottom of this slide, CUSD is slated to receive about $4.5 million of in-person grant dollars. And if you take a look at this slide for a second, we'll pause here. These are the eligible uses of those dollars. And this will be really important as Allison, Mahmood, Leslie, Stacy, we all share some thoughts on how those dollars will get spent for our district. Okay. Again, the in-person grant, it's to support students, especially the prioritizing of those dollars to support the students with the highest need. And so you see some of this here are homeless students, foster youth or English language learners are examples of those students that those dollars are intended to support. All right. The next one is the learning recovery. And so when you think about this one, I would like to spend a little bit of time walking through this just because it's certainly a larger dollar figure. So as a district, we are slated to receive about 9.6 million or just over $9.6 million under our expanded learning grant. 85% of those dollars must be spent on in-person learning. 10% of this portion must be used for paraprofessionals. An example that would be instructional aides in our district. Up to 15% is allowed to be spent on distance learning. And this plan must be adopted by the board June 1st. And so there'll be more information on that to come. The way that we have it broken out here, I'll just read this final bullet. I think it's important is the plan will include descriptions of estimated and actual expenditures of how parents will be informed of supports available and how the needs of pupils will be assessed. And we can hit on that a little bit more as we go through those expenditures that we are projecting right now. Again, there are specific uses of these dollars, and you'll see them again with our eligible, free, and reduced, all the way down to students that have been disengaged gets called out in this one. Just a little bit more details on the extended use of the funds. I know the board has had an opportunity to see this already. This came from a CSBA presentation, so we won't spend too much time reading these to you. And I'm going to turn it over now.
Thank you, Jeff. Just wanted to kind of highlight different areas that we are really thinking and considering of how best to spend the money. Again, there is some flexibility definitely with our in-person and with our expanded learning. How can we utilize that just over 14 million for currently for the summer, for next school year, and then also into the following summer as well. So kind of a year and a half planning time to spend this money and identifying different areas under our student support, which we've highlighted previously in our LCAP, identifying some of those needs and where could we further build on those. And then really looking at our technology, again, building the infrastructure and continuing to support our students and staff as we move forward. And then we had brought some proposals, some thoughts around personnel next year, if we do need to have a contingency plan to ensure that we're back to full-time in-person 5 days a week. And then Jeff referenced also, if available funds, we are allowed to do some upgrades with our HVAC, really that ventilation and ensuring that air quality. So each of the team members is going to take a portion of this and share their thinking along how we best spend the money to support our students.
Okay, so I'm up first here under student support, and a lot of these things I mentioned when we were going over the LCAP. The first one is really taking a close look at what we're doing in the area of mental health and social emotional learning. So in this category, we have things like the recess support that we were talking about, as well as trying to get to an increased staffing level in this area. With one-time funds, we're able to do that in the contracts, but not achieve that long-term sustainability of having more district staff, which is really, what we are hoping to achieve over the long run. But we are hoping to have some increase in staffing in the mental health area for all the reasons that we mentioned. We may be able to increase in the category of our district staff in the mental health therapist category. Those things are funded via state mental health money and some of our other grants that we receive, as well as through the LCAP. But in terms of that broad piece, that's a longer term goal. And on the second bullet, expanded learning time, we are in the process of planning summer school for this year and looking out to the summer after that when we think about the funding, and then also the continuing the learning hubs, as I mentioned, before and after school, by providing resources to sites to continue that. We are still planning to offer a distance learning alternative program. As Stacy mentioned, we intend to reopen school on a regular schedule next year, but we know that some families may want to choose an alternative distance learning program. So we would put aside funds to make that a possibility for next school year. And then we need to put aside some funds to address what's been happening in special education. For a while, the assessments were paused. We're behind on completing all of those things. Every district is really, we're not alone there, but we do need to bring in some additional support to complete those assessments in a timely manner and potentially, make up some of the services that need to happen. Also in that category, we would use some of the funds to move forward on the other ideas that we mentioned in the LCAP, such as the Sunday reading intervention training. The funds also require that we set aside a portion for paraprofessionals. So that's also in that category, of course, and we would make sure that we met that requirement for our excellent paraprofessional staff. Our community tutoring reading fellows idea we put in this bucket as well. And then the last bullet here is, this is something that's just a seed of an idea. It would need to be negotiated, but we've been wondering if there might be a way to add some additional work time into the school year so that we could have time for the teachers to connect with families and also work with each other to really dig into the student data at the beginning of the year, so we could start off really strong in that way and not have to wait until the mid-fall conferences to do that. So again, that would need to be negotiated with our union, but we're excited to start those conversations.
All right. I'm guessing you guys may have been able to figure out that I'm the green dot in technology. So for the technology items, it's a big percentage of these funds coming in, and we wanted to highlight some of these big ticket items, these big items that we know are necessary, and these aren't new ideas. Most of these things are things that we planned for, but these funds are going to help us expedite because of the realized need and a little bit more of immediate need. So for example, with the technology for the Wi-Fi, our plan was to go ahead and start to refresh our Wi-Fi system and start to put this stuff out there. But we're realizing now with these funds available and the immediate need now is to start to, and with the new technology that's coming out with the Wi-Fi 6, it's a perfect time for us to start the refresh process. And we can phase it in, but that would really make it more challenging for our staff and having to support that. But we think with these funds, since we can put this as a project, go out to bid, find the best solution and move forward, it's the ideal time to do it. The classroom AV, this has been an ongoing project, but it's taken quite a bit of time to refresh the projection in the classroom. But we want to go ahead and take it on as a one-time big project to roll it out district-wide to get all the sites, all the rooms that haven't been refreshed with new projection in the classroom, and get them all refreshed with new tech from now, and then we can start phasing it as a ongoing maintenance and support for that equipment. So we're looking to put in projection throughout every classroom, making sure that we have a short throw set up. And then we're also going to pilot a audio amplification in some of the classrooms and seeing how that goes. And if it's a successful pilot, that's something we can grow on as well later on. For student devices, this is going to support our normal need for replacing of devices, of aging devices. This isn't necessarily going to increase our number of ratio necessarily. This is more of going to support the replacing of aged devices. So it's roughly around 2,000 devices that we'd be bringing in. And then the network switching, and this is one that's it's a big dollar figure, but it's something that I'm trying to also align with our USAC funding that we also get. So it allows us to refresh, and it's something, again, that's something that we need to do. And the timeline really with these funding helps us start that process sooner than later, which we're excited about, because I think we do have aging equipment now, and it's the right time for it. So kind of excited that we have some of these funds available, because I think it's things that we wanted to take care of anyways. And that's all I got.
Okay, and I am the purple dot. So as Stacy mentioned earlier, our plan is for the 21-22 school year is to open for full in-person learning 5 days a week, sort of our typical year. And so what I have here are 2 slides that show you, one, what status quo would be and what changes would be necessary if there is a need to reduce the number of students in a classroom or in classrooms across our TK through 8th grade classes, based on any restrictions related to spacing guidelines from the public health department. So I broke it up into 2 slides. One is the elementary and the other is middle. And so status quo would be our TK through 3rd grade classrooms are already at a 24-to-1 ratio. And what you'll notice here is, even with the assumptions of spacing restrictions, that 24-to-1 does not change. Typically, in a typical year, our 4th and 5th grade classrooms are staffed at 33-to-1. And so when we put together, or when Jeff put together his budget for next year, he anticipated the numbers that you'll see under the status quo. And so 379 elementary school teachers, TK through 5. And then if we shift over to the next 2 columns, the first one is the assumption changes that we would need to staff our upper grade classrooms at 25-to-1 in order to fit students in with the appropriate spacing, or the necessary spacing based on guidelines. And that would result in 405 teachers, which is an increase of 26 FTE over what we were projecting for next year. The final column shows that if we could fit 28 students rather than the 33 or the 25 in our 4th and 5th grade classrooms, it would be approximately 390 teachers in the elementary school levels, and it would be an increase of 11 FTE. And so what you'll see is the 25-to-1 gets us to an additional cost of $3 million plus, whereas a 28-to-1 in our 4th and 5th grade classrooms would put us at a little over $1 million that we had not anticipated. And then one of the things that I would note on both of these is that we use a variety of numbers to determine what next year's enrollment is going to be, because right now, as you know, it's early in the spring and things change, and we tend to see increases and decreases between now and the fall. So these assumptions are based on our current numbers rolling forward to next year. And so we call them our push through numbers. And so the other assumption is that know that these numbers in regards to staffing may go up or down based on what our true enrollment numbers would be for the 21-22 school year. If you go to the next slide, middle school staffing, I have one assumption to share with you. And so our FTE for next year, status quo, we use the dividing number of 25 to determine staffing at our middle schools. And so next year we are anticipating 210 middle school teachers across a variety of subject areas. And what you want to remember is that there are not just 25 students in classrooms. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. Teachers at the middle schools have prep periods. We have some classrooms that need to have a smaller number of students in them just based on space typically. And then we have other classes, some of our electives that have certainly, electives in PE, that have certainly double that number. When we look at assumptions for next year, we came up with a number 250, which would be an increase of 40 FTE for the cost of $4.8 million. We used two different methods to come up with this number 250. We looked at the number of prep periods and did a calculation, and we also did a divisible by 21. We know that some of our middle school classrooms, we would not be able to fit 33, let's say that was the average, the number 33 students in the classrooms. Our science classrooms may have some more restrictions. And so, this is an assumption that we cannot go back to our regular spacing and seating arrangements. And again, this number could increase or decrease based on our enrollment and how it changes between now and the fall. So next slide.
Okay, I think that might be me, but I can't remember the other. Who's green? Is that you, Stacy?
Mahmood, he has a cost in there as well.
Okay. So, yeah, so this is showing the dollar figures for the things that I mentioned up at the top for my area. In the area of counseling, in order to get some additional mental health staff and also expand contracts, we are putting that at approximately 500,000. And then the special education assessments and services are listed there at 450,000. The two learning hubs are noted there. And in terms of the potential of the pending negotiations conversation about 2 additional work days, we have that figure there, 588,000. Reading fellows listed there, that's a training cost per person. And then the SCL funds that we mentioned for additional recess support. This figure is if we were able to give a grant to each school in the range of 25,000, plus we always give a little additional extra support to our 2 elementary schools with higher needs, DeVargas and Nimitz. And then the 10% of the 10% of the budget for paraprofessionals as required. I'll skip tech and Mahmood will come back to that. The 80,000 is for the intervention materials and training. So Sunday materials and making sure that we can have professional development. Might also include some other intervention materials for reading. We are still in the process of implementing something called LLI, as well as a phonemic awareness program that we're trying out. So could be beyond Sunday there. Summer school, we're building our program right now. So this is an estimated cost for this summer plus next summer. And then distance learning alternative program is noted there as well. And I know Leslie's been calculating those figures on how that would break down in terms of staffing. Oh, I'm sorry. I see I have reading intervention down there as a separate item. So the first one on intervention materials and training would just be then the Sunday materials. Okay, and then Mahmood.
Yeah, just for the technology, the only other note is the costs on the technology are a lot of estimates based on previous history, what these things may cost based on some of the bids that we received from other solutions in the past, along with just the price differences between then and now. So they are estimates, but they're fairly close estimates. So it should be roughly around that number.
I do want to point out that we broke out the spending separate from each of the grants, because right now we do have a template that the state's provided for the expanded learning grant, and that needs to be approved prior to June 1st. We haven't received what format the state wants us to submit our plan for the spending of the in-person. So we are trying to keep those separate just for accountability as well.
So as we look at the in-person grant money, which is additional one-time funds, as Allison shared in the slide before, is that when we're looking at the distance learning program to be able to continue that for families who have that desire for next year, although that would not be our core program, it would be more like an alternative program. The money for those staff members in the distance learning program would come out of the extended learning grant, whereas the in-person grant, so what I show here is a range. The range has to do with whether or not we would be able to do a 28:1 ratio in the 4th and 5th grade classes, which gives us the low end. Elementary plus middle would be an additional $6 million, $6+ million. If we had restrictions and we would not be able to do 28:1, and we would need in the elementary school to staff at that 25:1, that number would increase to approximately that $7.9 million. Again, that's elementary and middle school increased staffing, and it would only be based on the need to make modifications to class size due to spacing requirements. We've heard from the board, we've heard from the community, and we as a district would like to do everything possible to be able to open in a traditional year, 5 days a week, every day, full day for students. And then the other piece is Jeff.
Thank you. So the HVAC upgrades, we know we have different ages of our units across our 25 schools. And so this would allow us to replace some of our older units. We know that we are running our units 2 hours earlier every day, 2 hours later every day. That is more wear and tear on our units. We recognize that. And so the ability for us to upgrade older units and clean our units more just because of the higher usage this year.
And so really just circling back, some of the feedback that we're asking for is, as we've shared our thinking as to where we could see best using the funds, is there a prioritization from the board's perspective as to how to best use the expenditures? The other big question is, as Leslie shared, our contingency plan. If we do have some requirements and spacing that are put into place, it is at a cost to open school fully in person 5 days a week, which I think we are all committed to. But just to be aware of those costs, we haven't received any clear confirmation from the state or the county as to what the fall will look like. I think there is a little light when Governor Newsom shared that California will be fully reopened on June 15th and schools will be reopened fully. You know, that's a strong indication that we're headed in that direction, but we haven't received any confirmation, and we may not. So we may need to continue to plan on this contingency, but you know, as was shared, it is a significant amount of money and decisions as to how many students and how can we best put the plan in place. The other piece to consider is our distance learning, which we have said we would commit to offering some type of a distance learning program for families that need that for medically fragile children or just choosing to stay. It would be a small limited space. There is conversation currently going on whether that would be allowed as a standalone program or whether it would have to be tied in under our independent study or home study. Where the assistance came in this year was with SB 98, which was the legislation under distance learning, remote learning, that allowed us to have different instructional minutes as well as a different attendance procedure. That legislation is set to expire at the end of June. We don't know whether it will be extended. We hear there might be a slight chance that that would be extended, which would allow us to operate this distance learning. We can certainly meet the instructional minutes time under the distance learning. It would really be that attendance component if SB 98 goes away. So we're monitoring, we're working with legal, we're working with our county and our state to see what direction they're going to provide us in that. So just a little insight into where we are with that distance learning as well. And then our next steps will, based on feedback from you, we'll continue to gather the feedback from our stakeholders, and we will continue to build and develop these plans and bring in revised plans, updated plans back to you, each of our following board members, until we do need to have approval at the end of May to meet that June 1st deadline. So I'll turn it back to you, Jared.
All right, well, thank you. We'll go around for the rounds of questions as usual. So if everyone's okay with the current order, Satish, would you like to go first?
Okay, thanks, Jerry. I think it's a lot of stuff here, and I know where to ask the questions. But when you have too much of money, also there's a problem. When you don't have money, there's a problem. Okay. Anyway, it's good. Good we have money. Okay. So I think a couple of generic questions. Let me ask more than like specifics. One is like how far the flexibility of this. Like we have this, for example, expanded learning grant versus like in-person grant and those things. Can we swap that, or is it like kind of a fixed money for each of this category and we can move it around, or no?
There is a lot of flexibility. I think one of the differences is the in-person specifically calls out the salaries can be used for certificated staff. It isn't specifically called out for in the expanded learning. The other difference between the in-person grant, if you remember when it was first introduced, it was targeted for a return of in-person learning for students by April 1st, and you are penalized 1% of that total amount for each day you weren't in person. And so we know that we would lose 2 days of that funding, which is estimated at about $90,000. So not a significant amount, but we did lose 2 days there. Otherwise, there is a lot of flexibility. Again, with the in-person grant, we haven't been provided the format that we need to submit our plans for, where with the expanded learning, we do have our template. So we know specific areas that we're going to need to address and really in supporting our students.
Okay, the second part is like, I think 85% should be, is it a mandatory, or is it like we put a number that 85% of the money should be used for in-person and the other 15% for the DL kind of, or is it that we just made a guideline?
No, that is a mandate, that 85% is to be used for the in-person under the expanded learning.
Okay.
You're allowed that 15% for distance learning and to prepare for in-person. And the intent of that language, because this language came out in March and a lot of districts were preparing to come back to in-person, but we're doing similar to what we were, is that transition in from the hybrid into from the distance learning. And so that money could be used for that transition as well.
Okay. One more question I'll ask Jerry, then I'll come later. Okay, the next one is like, I think roughly about half of our expanded learning grant is going for technology. Okay, I'm from a technology industry, so I like technology, but I still want to know that what is, if we did not have this money, what we would have done? Because I could see that quite a lot of infrastructural changes being done. Okay, including 1.5 million worth of network switches and things like that, right? It's like I know we have money and we are changing it, but if we did not have this money, what would have happened for this? Is it just because we have money we are pushing into that area, or we would have had some other fund to support this expansion or upgrades?
Yeah. So these are definitely district needs, and we would need to find a form to fund them regardless of whether we receive the grant. It was just utilizing this one-time money to put it into place, but we would still come back and be talking with the board about how and where to best fund these forward, because they are the long-term needs that we need in the district. I mean, I don't know if you want to expand on that.
No, that's it. I mean, these are things that we knew we needed to do. And leveraging one-time funds, because most of these items are things that we would typically put in place for many years. One-time funds are the perfect method to fund these things. So that's why it just aligned very nicely to our timing too.
Okay, I'll wait for my next round, Jerry. Thanks, Mohammed. Then.
Thank you, Satish. And Phyllis, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I have a question for Allison on slide 43, the item about summer school. I'd like to know a little bit more, I guess, about what your thinking is around summer school. Are you only targeting those students that fall into that learning recovery category, or is it going to be open to all students? Are you thinking about all sites or selected sites, or are you not that far in your thinking? Just kind of talk a little bit about summer school.
Right. So this is separate from the regular ESY that we offer for special education.
Right. Uh-huh.
offer an expanded program this year. We're in the process of trying to hire staff. We did just get a bump up in applicants this week, but it's been a pretty tough go, trying to make sure that we have enough staff after such a busy year. And of course, staff are so busy right now just getting their classrooms opened. So we're thinking of kind of a two-pronged approach. One is expanding the Elevate Math program. So we've had that for a number of years now. And that's a virtual program that we work with an agency on, and we're expanding the reach of that. So it reaches from upper elementary to middle. And we feel solid about that because they help us with staffing and training. And there's a specific group of students that targets. It's kids that are just right below grade level that need that extra bump up to get there. In terms of the early elementary grades, we can see that we're going to have some constraints in terms of capacity. So we're thinking about focusing on English language arts, and definitely that phonics and reading as a priority. And we think that we'll be able to pull in the kids who are currently in K3, so incoming first through fourth grade kids, to really focus on that early literacy. And we, in order to maximize staff, we're thinking about partnering with a group that focuses on social emotional learning and play and games, and for the in-person part, but then keeping the teaching staff virtual because we can reach them across different sites, in that way, having a teacher be responsible for a grade level in multiple places. So we're still trying to get this all nailed down. We may concentrate at maybe just a couple elementary sites, but reach across all of those hub kids that we were serving in the phase 2 hubs as a first priority. We won't be able to offer it to everyone who wants it just because the scope, we have to be able to match the scope to what we have the capacity to be able to do.
Thank you. And then my second question is actually for Mahmood. Do you know the percentage or the current status of our short throws? What percentage of our classrooms have them, and currently, or what? I guess the real question is, what percentage of our classrooms have the district standard for technology?
Yeah, so the middle schools during the modernization, a lot of the middle schools got short throw projectors. It was never spec'd for elementary schools. A couple of years ago, we started to roll out, almost 3 years ago now, if we include the COVID year, we started to roll out short throw projectors into the elementary schools. And we roughly have about 150 installed in the elementary schools. But now what we're finding out, and this is actually feedback that we're getting even now as teachers are coming back at the middle schools, is the ones that they've got during the modernization, those are also aged out now. Some of these are 7 or 8 years old now. So we're looking at those as well to refresh. So right now we're looking at roughly 575 classrooms that need to be refreshed with new short throw projectors.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Hi, thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, please go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I'll go to slide 45 first. So maybe I'll start between slide 45 and 46. So this is already a bigger ticket item than what we're getting in funding for our in-person grants by several $1 million. So is the idea here that we would be looking at having to supplement that out of the general fund? And if so, is that coming out of, it's not capital, it's not books, so it's other expenses? Is that where we're finding it in the general fund if we're trying to move forward with this?
Well, we'd actually have two options there. One is we can utilize some of the expanded learning funds for it. And so it really would be that trade-off. If we could use the entirety of our in-person learning, which is about that 4.5 million, that would cover almost 2/3 of it. we would have that remaining amount that we could, the offset would be do it under the expanded learning, which would reduce our spending in some of those other areas to make it match. What we proposed under the expanded learning comes in about 500,000 under what the actual grant is, I believe, or 50,000. I'm not sure. It comes in a little bit lower. So we have a little bit of excess money there that we still need to spend, but it's that large cost. And I think our challenge is planning for it, because we need to plan for it. But if it comes to fruition and we're back to a normal school year next year without spacing, then that does release that money that we could spend. And, to the point of looking at technology, the money that we may need is, do we not fund the technology under the expanded learning and fund the personnel? And if it comes to fruition that we don't need to spend the personnel, then we put the technology back on. But again, I would just put on our radars that at some point we are going to need the funds for the technology. So yes, it would come out of general funds in some form.
And if I clarify or reflect back on what you just said, Stacy, so you're saying if we don't need to wind up lowering class sizes, but we won't know that even when we open. We won't know potentially all school year if another wave is coming. So if we don't set up that way from the beginning of the school year, we can't transition to that if we need it during the school year, right? I mean, we'll know at the beginning of the school year how the state is telling us we can start the school year, but we won't know if they're going to throw a curveball mid-year again to us if there's another wave or a variant gets out of hand, or right. However we configure for the start of the school year is just for the start of the school year.
I think we would backwards map with our existing phase 4 approach. So if we are starting in fully reopening, if there were some reason that we had to make a shift, it would be a shift back into hybrid model, which we would be able to do with our current staffing. I don't foresee starting the school year and fully reopening full 5 days a week and shifting into a model of allowing the 3 feet spacing. For one, the cost, but the other would be we wouldn't have the ability to hire the staff at that point in time.
I think you and I are saying the same thing, but maybe I'm just not being clear, which is if we start the school year, let's say on the elementary at the 25-1 and at the middle school at the 21-1, if we start that way, even if the state has removed all distancing, and then come winter, there is another surge and the county or the state winds up telling us we have to go back to distancing, we've got a much better shot in not having to transition back into hybrid if we've got extra space already in the way we're configured. Whereas if we've started the school year up at our traditional configuration because the state tells us we can, and then they throw us a curveball, well, not they, the virus throws us a curveball mid-year, then we'd have no choice but to go back to hybrid, right? So I guess I'm trying to figure out, I'm hearing from you that maybe it's an option to start at our traditional contract ratios, but then I don't see what the fallback is other than hybrid if we get mid-year variant or virus surge.
Right. No, that is the way of looking at approaching, because if we open the school year fully in person, full days, it's an unknown what would come back as a guideline if we did have a surgence. If you look at what has been put in place here as the guidelines unrolled this year, moving forward, even as the tiers changed, there was always the expectation that once you'd opened, you could remain opening. So, if the guidelines stay consistent to what we've had this year, once you were open, you could remain open. And again, just that unknown. It's like planning for, we don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So if I take the most, I don't want to say, well, the most conservative class sizes, which have the highest cost with them, and that is a bigger cost than what our in-person grant would currently cover, then we'd be pulling from other sources to meet that total cost for what you guys are showing here.
Yes. The other piece is you know, we're throwing out these ratios, and it's tough as we're looking across 25 schools, because we do have so many variances in our class sizes, is to really go back into the classrooms and do a class by class itemization. How many exact students can fit into the classroom? You know, we're learning more now as students are coming back in and the configurations of the classrooms. So we may have different variants. We may have some classrooms that can fit 26 to 1 and some that can fit 25 to 1. And so we haven't gone to the classroom by classroom. We're still using pretty much our standard square footage to configure the numbers. But if we are going this route and the cost of hiring these additional teachers, I think we really need to look at every classroom on every campus to configure what could be taken out of the classroom to help accommodate students and what needs to be remaining.
Okay, I'll say I have lots of thoughts and comments around that, but I think we're in clarifying questions right now. So I'll save my lots of thoughts and comments about that for when we get to that part. So I guess for I'll finish my clarifying question on this section and then let my colleagues jump in, and then maybe we can do another round if Jerry's amenable. The middle school staffing one, when you're on this proposal where you're just showing us the one option, is my thinking correct here that means that part of that thinking is that all classrooms would be configured for all subjects such that we could accommodate a spacing restriction? If they threw us a 3-foot spacing restriction come winter, would all of our classrooms be configured at that, or would we be in this same pickle we're in now where some of them could, but science and some of our larger electives couldn't, kind of thing?
Our assumption is that with that number, we would have some classes that just would allow us to have more kids because there's more space or because it's done outside. But our assumption would be we would not have to reconfigure. And so we would be able to fit students in. And like Stacy said, we'd have to do exactly the same thing at middle school. We'd have to go class by class to determine exactly how many individuals. And so we put a cap on individual classrooms, but we believe that 21 divisor gets us to that point.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have more, Jerry, but I'll wait for another round. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. I think we'll do another round here likely. Sylvia, please go ahead.
I'm just going to piggyback on Lori's questions because a lot of the same questions I had. So with middle school 21 to 1 ratio, just so I understand, is that primarily because of the classroom sizes, or does it have anything to also do with the number of students on campus at any given time? Assuming that if we're in a state where the state is telling us that we need to restrict.
It has to do with the number of students that we could fit into classrooms.
Okay, and so with that, then how does that affect? How does it affect the electives availability and kind of staffing at that granular level?
Right. So part of it would be we would give sites their numbers, right? Their number of FTE, and they basically put it into a system and they determine, they put thresholds based on what they can fit in each of those classrooms. It could affect the opportunities for electives. Every student will still continue to get electives like they do. But if there are restrictions in certain electives, that may shift the opportunity for students. Or we look at, there are some electives that are really, really small. There aren't a lot of students that signed up, but it's just sort of that favorite elective that they've had for years and years. Some of those things may need to shift.
Okay, all right. For the staffing changes, I guess, at both elementary and middle school, I'm thinking about the alternative schools, right? Because there's wait lists for each of them. And if we are changing the ratios to smaller classes with more teachers, then hypothetically, more kids can get in to those alt schools, it seems like, right?
Potentially, yes, but not really. There's not a huge amount of growth at our alternative schools. So our elementary alternative, I think it was 1 or 2 teachers, depending on the school. I think it was the bigger schools had a 2-teacher growth. I don't know if we would have to play that out, because again, this is a 1-year solution.
Yeah.
And so we would have to look at, if we had the ability and there was space, let's say in a 4th and 5th grade classroom, based on, we just pushed their 4th grade to 5th grade, and they were typically, let's say, at 90 students, but now we all of a sudden had 100 spaces. Would we add 10 additional students, or would we freeze there? Because the following year, not for a 5th grader, but if we did that in 4th grade, the following year, going back to our normal ratios, it would create a problem. So I think we'd have to play out what adding additional students from the wait list over our traditional cap would result in.
Okay, all right. And then my third question, I guess, or well, can I say 2.5, is if we don't end up, or if we don't end up using the contingency plan and the money towards that, is there a prioritization list of the things? And I'm looking at I think it's slide 47, with the list of all the expenditures. Like, because if we don't use that money for that, then how do we, or I guess if we do use that money for that, how do we prioritize the other things so that we have enough? If we need to cut something because we can't afford it, what's at the bottom and what's at the top?
And I think that's where we're asking for some feedback from the board as well, because everything that we've listed under expanded learning grant, we feel we can put in place to benefit our students. And so, that 9.6 million that we have already spelled out in the expanding learning grant, that completely uses it. It would be that in person, if we had to shift and find an additional 3 million, where would we reduce the spending in the expanding learning grant? And we could go through at each of the areas and look if we could reduce the cost, across every line item. Could we reduce just an entire line item? Those will kind of be the questions that we need to play out. The other piece that plays into it, and again, without the definitive answer, if the fall opens up with restrictions as far as spacing, there is also the conversation that then there would still be this allowance to offer a more robust distance learning program, because if there's still the spacing, there's still the consideration and concerns about the impact of COVID, to allow families to have the option of the distance learning. So there could be some shift there. Maybe we are able to offer a larger distance learning program, which would pull some more of the students out of our regular full-time classroom, which may get us to those smaller classes. So it really is kind of a shifting of the shells, I guess, as we move forward.
Okay. I have more, but we can wait till I can wait till the next round.
All right, no, we'll be sure and do in next round here. Let's just maybe stay on slide 45, the school staffing. So to Lori's point earlier, right, we have to make a decision, right, even not knowing what's going to happen the rest of the year. So there are 3 alternatives here. At this point, is there a staff recommendation on what we choose? Because it almost doesn't really matter what happens in the next few months, because we don't know what's there in February, right? We have to make a choice. So I'm just wondering, 3 options are presented here at this point. Does staff have a favorite, or I know you're looking for feedback from us, but I'm asking for, after studying the issues, what's your current recommendation if you have one?
I think based on the information that we have now, and certainly wanting to go back and explore further, is to be able to do the staffing at the 28-to-1 for our elementary schools and go that little bit larger. It would mean going back to classroom by classroom. And are there some other items that we could remove? Are there some other configurations, and really getting the feedback from the teachers as they've been back in this week? Is there some other ways that we could to fit in? Because it is fairly significant, the addition of the 3 students, but we also don't want to jeopardize and put anyone in a safety and health issue either. So
as a follow-on then, thanks. So that helps. So as a follow-on, the 28-to-1 then would be compliant if there was a 3-foot requirement. Is that So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between 25 and 28. The 3 additional students, does that buy us a little bit more margin? Or if you could comment a bit on that, what's the difference between the two?
Well, the 25-to-1 we used initially for the spring as we were planning as a hybrid. I think as we've learned more and as we have more planning time to be able to adjust the classrooms to fit the 28-to-1, again, it may be removing some additional furniture that we originally hadn't planned on, but wanting to ensure that teachers still have all the materials they need to plan. And we do have variances across the district where some sites have classrooms that can fit 28-to-1. We have some that can only fit the 25-to-1. So it really would be, balancing it out. But we think that average number would be the 28-to-1.
Okay, that makes sense. My second question then is around just the maybe the requirements or the legalities behind these grants. So once we create an itemized list, is this more for ourselves, or are we somehow, let's say we put in, $1 million for network switches and we turn in this paperwork, can we change our mind later, or are we committed to spend it the way that the plan says? What are the legal requirements here?
Well, that's a great question because the information that we have right now is that it does need approval, and it is estimated costs. So that would lead me to believe that we could come back and make adjustments as we're progressing. Because again, we have it over a duration of 1.5 years, and things may change over the course of the summer. So I will circle back and find out more information that hasn't been shared with us, but I can certainly explore it before we meet again.
Great, thank you. Let's go around. I just want to remind the audience, if you would like to speak, to please fill in a comment card and we'll get to you after our clarifying questions. And it sounds like there was a demand there are enough questions out there. So let's just make a second pass if you have any. So Satish, did you have other clarifying questions?
So I have I think a lot of questions have been already asked and answered, but I think some expansion of the same thing or extension of the same thing, I would say. So with what Sylvia asked about the priority part of it, right, which I had a question anyway. But can we have then more items also added as a priority too, if that's the case? Because in the case of, like, let's say the contingency plan, and we do not need extra space or extra staff, things like that, and we probably be freeing up a lot of money actually. So what do you do with that kind of, right? So let's have a set of next set of items which is not displayed here, and it could be in line with our district priorities and LCAP goals and things like that, because some of them are like, we have only 3 goals, but probably you can have 30 line items to make that 3 goals up, right? Some items which we are not kept, because even by looking into that, I think that everything is captured, but I don't know whether we have fallen through some cracks, like something, and see that like a next set of things. And probably the priority even within this also, then we can do it as Sylvia said. So probably some of the items, it is a lower priority. If we need, absolutely there is extra cost, we will do it, or some money which can move, we will do it kind of. So that would definitely help. And in the event, I think you partially answered. In the event we don't use this money by so and so time, what we do kind of, right? We need to address that. So we cannot one fine morning just spend everything, right? So we need to have a clear plan. If this doesn't happen, what is the next kind of thing? So let's look into that with the different priorities and how we are going to spend it as well. I think, yeah, and how do we, these are some of the notes, how do we ensure that we are spending this, okay? And the timeline also, right? Like probably some timeline we can associate to each of this, then we will know that where we are, because we have so much money, and where are we? We've spent only 2 million, we spent only 4 million. How are we going to spend remaining money in next 4 months or 6 months? That we need to have a plan, and maybe a periodic update on that will be really appreciated.
Great. And absolutely. So I think if we look at the spending or the proposed spending, we are with this proposal that we have there, the expanded learning grant, that would utilize basically all of the money, because these are estimated costs. It really is that in-person grant that if we don't need to utilize it for personnel and we do choose to use that portion of it for the HVAC, it does leave us about 4 million, a little over 4 million to use. And we can certainly bring back a plan for that, because one of the nice things that, I know that Allison is working on with her department is we're focused on summer school this year, but those funds could also be used for next summer school to really do an expanded summer school and have the time to, really be able to secure the staff, I think, for summer school. I think that really is the big challenge for this summer school, is finding the resources for the teachers, because it has been a long year for them. So it does give us a lot of flexibility. So we can definitely bring back some additional thoughts on how to spend the money. We'll have no problem spending money.
Okay. Yeah, you were about to answer something more?
I was thinking that we would do clarifying questions and
Yeah.
then I think we do have at least one public comment, then we can kind of wrap up with
Yeah,
closing.
that's it then, Jerry. That's fine.
Okay, thanks. And then Phyllis, please, if you had any questions.
Yes, I do. I have 2 questions and they're both on slide 47 and they're both for Allison. So the first one is around the SEL, Playworks, Recess 101, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, just FYI, that's a huge priority for me, is to get this recess stuff going. I think it sounds great. But my question is, Allison, I think you mentioned that you were thinking in the terms of $25,000 per school. And I'm having trouble squaring that with the size of Stoppelmeyer compared with the size of John Muir. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so what we need to do is we're in the process of reaching out to these programs to find out about their capacity and their pricing. And what we hope to be able to do is work with the principals to provide a framework, as you were mentioning earlier, have some consistent hopes for what we're going after, and then have some information about programs. So we may end up shifting that. We have been giving kind of a flat amount for each school site in the LCAP, but in this case, once we find out about the pricing, we may need to adjust based on the size of the school, depending on what we find out about all of that. We're also anticipating that we probably won't find, based on our initial conversations, any one agency that can support all the schools because we're so big. So I hear what you're saying. We might need to adjust per student or per recess period or something to make it doable. And also, I think we know that this amount will not cover an entire school year of recesses. It would be a portion of the year at that number, probably in that first half of the school year to kind of get things rolling as the kids are coming back. And sites may want to extend onto that if they can for the full school year. Otherwise, it would have to be double that probably to get to a full year program.
Yeah, and another thing, if you partner with the cities through their rec departments and stuff, you might be able to get some free or less expensive services that way. So, so that's another thought there. Okay, thank you. And then my second question has to do with the learning hubs. I have heard from both parents and staff about the learning hubs, and the reviews are mixed. Not everybody thinks they're wonderful. So I'm wondering what evidence we have that they have been effective so that we would continue to spend money on them going forward.
Yeah, we did collect some of that initial anecdotal information. I think that we'd have to reframe it because the purpose of the Learning Hub this time was to make sure the kids were staying engaged in distance learning, and we'll be in a different place. So we may want to change the name so we're not thinking it'll be exactly the same. I think really what we're trying to say is that if we can give the site some funding for before and after school support programs, then we can work on reframing what that would look like. It would, with the learning hubs, we had the kids traveling around the district. They might not have known the person. The vision for this is really that we could make it more of a site-based approach where it could be more integrated. So I can report back once we have a plan on what this will look like. We initially talked with the principals about this idea, and there was a positive reception for this idea, having some funds to do something that they could design based on what their kids need. And I think that part was hard this year because we were not always serving the kids that we knew. You know, we had to kind of consolidate across the district. So I think we can improve on it.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I have is just a request. And that is when we begin to look at how we're going to spend this expanded learning grant money, I would love to have a prioritized list. And I would love to have that come as a recommendation from the staff for us to consider rather than for us as a board to try to wrestle with prioritizing these. So thank you. That's it, Jerry.
And thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to piggyback on some things I heard from my colleagues. When Jerry was asking about the 28-to-1 versus the 25-to-1, and would that be sort of the make it or break it? And if so, for how many classes in the district? So just Phyllis's theme of additional information that would be helpful as we refine down where we're going with this. I'd find it really helpful to know how many classrooms we're talking about that we'd be needing to figure out a contingency plan for at 28 versus if we just make the decision to go with 25. Same thing at the middle schools. If we choose that 21, if there are any exceptions like science classrooms, like larger electives, where even though it's a larger room, we might need to be doing something differently, it would be great just to sort of have a consolidated list of things to think through as we're making the final decision to expend those funds, because it's a significant amount of funds and it's pulling funds from general fund in addition to these one-time dollars that we're getting. So just to be sure we're sort of making a clear and transparent and informed decision there. For Phyllis's question, she just asked about the prioritized list. That was actually going to be one of my questions was, is this slide 47 in a priority kind of organization, or is it just a catch-all?
It is a catch-all, but they're all a priority to us. So we will need to go back and really
rank them
because we felt they were all important.
Okay, and if when that comes back, if we can get just I don't know if there's a way to group it on funds that would apply to all learners versus maybe to a certain age group or a certain population. I think most of these look to me like we're talking about whole program, but just to be sure that we are understanding if there's a priority group or groups that those funds apply to, that would just be helpful to have flagged somehow in the way you organize it when that comes back to us. And I'd second Phyllis's request. It would be great to have that as a recommendation and sort of what we're thinking through as to what groups we're sort of capturing with those funds. And then for the summer program, I did want to ask, is the intent here that this is separate from things we've already approved, like the math intensive summer program that we've already approved the funds for? We're talking about additional, or we're talking about using some of those funds to apply to things that we are doing and maybe expanding this summer?
Do you mean the Elevate Math program, Lori?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So some of those funds we have in our current LCAP. So we can use a portion of this, a portion of that, or we can focus it within the grant and allow carryover to happen in the LCAP, which then just helps us accomplish the other goals on the new LCAP list. So I don't think we've totally nailed down exactly where we're going to spend all of these things, but it is a bigger plan this year than we've done in other years, much bigger.
Okay, and then also on 47, and I guess this is probably for both Stacy and Allison, well, and Leslie probably too. Actually, it's for everybody. But as we start the process of gathering the information of families that might be interested in the distance learning alternative, I do think it would be helpful if we give some thought to the amount of funds we're applying to that being somewhat commensurate with the total number of families we're serving and the way we're thinking about it. And I know I don't want that to mean that those are the only funds we're expending, or that that's exclusive in any way, because I know that several of these categories would also be things we'd support in continuing that for the distance students. Given what we know about vaccine availability for kids right now, it's looking like that 6 months to 11-year-old group is probably going to be into next school year. So I imagine that we are going to have a number of families that are still interested in a distance learning option. So I guess I'd just like to sort of, as we continue through that process of identifying who's interested and how many, making sure that we're being thoughtful about how we're apportioning out funds to ensure that we are looking equitably across our entire program for all of our learners, and honoring the choice, honoring our ability to make choice, but also with the way that we're making sure we're carrying out that strategic plan for all learners with strategic budgeting as well. So I think that's the rest of my questions, and I'll save my comments for after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. And then Sylvia, you're up next.
So my next question, I guess, is on that same slide, the expanded learning grant. The paraprofessionals, so I know generally that's talking about IAs, right? So are we looking at just SPED IAs, or is it something where we can even consider bringing back IAs for some of the gen ed classrooms to help with student support, small groups, those kinds of things?
It is a broad category. It does call out paraprofessionals. It isn't specific to specialized special ed IAs, so it could be used as our general IAs. The kind of the state classification is as paraprofessionals. We call ours instructional assistants, so it's just a name title difference, but it does allow us to bring them back in any of the categories or to hire in any of the categories.
So looking at that right now, though, is there kind of an idea of what that's going to be? Is that going to be primarily SPED, or is that, or would there be some consideration of gen ed as well?
I think we would remain open to looking at how to best support the students. One of the pieces that will come into play is that we were projected to do reductions of our IAs this year, as we do every year as the student enrollment declines. And we did not do any of the layoffs because we knew that we could utilize this money to sustain those positions and use them for support in the fall.
I see. Okay, that's helpful to understand. The other thing is with SEL and with that kind of $25K per site, does that include adjunct pay for teachers for things like clubs and sports and things like that? And I guess the reason I'm asking is because this is something we've talked about all year, right? With distance learning, is wanting to have more of those kinds of things, like activities, clubs, etc. But so much of that is reliant on the teachers at those sites having both the bandwidth, but also, the incentive for that. And so I know that, site money is generally, decided by principal and school site council and those things, but the only things I'm seeing are the things that we're outsourcing, which is fine, because I know a lot of things can be incorporated in the etc. But I just wanted to get a sense.
So I think, Sylvia, what we might want to do is take a look at the LCAP and think about that feedback that we heard from you and also Jerry about trying to build in some site funds for that. For this counseling line and the SEL, I don't think it would stretch that far, which we could reprioritize, but within the SEL portion, I know principals are really eager to think about that recess component as well. And then in that counseling piece, the other piece of SEL, we really need to increase the support for those higher tiers. We do have some many more emergency situations going on in mental health that need to be addressed with those funds.
And I think in echoing Allison, I think as we talk about the clubs and those supports on campus, that is really something we do want to build in as a long-term and take a look at that, where this utilization of the expanded learning grant is really that short-term focused in the summer and next year, and then the money, is expended. So I think, building on our previous conversations, that building in clubs is something long-term, and we need to look at where that funding comes from so that we can sustain it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And my colleagues have asked excellent questions, so I'll pass on my turn here. I think I really just have comments. So unless there are other questions, clarifying questions, I think we'll go to public comments on this one. So Leslie, we do have some public comments on this, right?
We do. We have two.
All right.
So our first speaker is Lilach and our second speaker is Rupa. So if the two of you would please raise your hand.
Okay, Lilach, please go ahead when you're ready.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I want to say something really bothered me about the summer school, that you want to make it a distance learning. And summer school is for kids that behind. The reason these kids behind is because the distance learning. So what is the point? I know that you say it's more comfortable because you can get all the sites, but it's not about comfortable, it's about Zoom. Now all the kids is okay with the Zoom. Special the kids with special kids, yeah? They not understand the language, they can't be learned without interactive. If they have at home a TV or iPads, they really want to do this stuff and not to learn. Another thing is for next year, are you going to continue with Zoom in class? Because I hear that you all the time talk about technology. What is the reason that you want to put so much money on technology stuff? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and our next speaker is Rupa. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. This is my second comment for the day. And again, I would like to talk about the technology use. I'm looking at slide number 47, and out of $9.6 million, you have allocated $4.3 million for technology upgrades in the classrooms, in your school campuses, and an additional $1 million for the distance learning alternative program. Now, I'm wondering, where is the money for maybe expanding the classroom sizes or adding classrooms or expanding the budget for additional substitute teachers to make sure that you have actual in-person classes? So what is the plan here? Are you planning to get the kids into the classroom and make them sit in front of screens once again? Because that is really not what we are fighting for when we are fighting for in-person schooling, right? We really want kids to enjoy a normal classroom, not to sit in front of a screen. And there are a lot of parents like me, and this happens to be a very, very inconvenient time for working parents. I'm also a working parent, but I'm taking time off from my work meetings to keep a second device with this meeting going on so I can follow what's going on and make these comments. So it is not easy for me to make time to come and talk about this in the middle of the day, but it really concerns me that there is so much money being put into technology upgrades. Towards what reason? What are you envisioning for fall in when the kids come back full in person? Where are those plans? All your teaching material, I know you have converted to videos, but let me tell you, it is very, very low quality videos. I have sat through some of the reading videos and reading comprehension. These have to be in the classroom with the teacher. You cannot substitute actual teacher-student interaction with a video for reading and comprehension for a third grader, fourth grader, or fifth grader. It really bothers me that there is lack of an understanding of how kids learn, how young minds develop, and what is the good way of teaching young minds to make them successful learners, not only for now, but for their lifetimes. And using videos for teaching is definitely not the way to go. And I'm really, really concerned with how you're planning your fall classroom. What does it look like? Can you please explain to the concerned parents about what your plans are? Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. All right, Leslie, just checking. We don't have any other speakers on this item, right?
We do not.
Great, thank you.
Jerry, if I could maybe just to offer some clarification, because I really do want to redirect that all of our conversation is the planning for the fall to reopen fully in person. We're not talking about a hybrid model. We're not talking about students being in distance learning and some being in person. We are talking about two very different programs. One is that we are returning fully in person 5 days a week. The money that we're discussing right now is how to ensure that that happens, and a couple different plans for that. The distance learning is a completely separate option, and it really is supporting and valuing our district as a district of choice. And we know that there may be some parents who opt to go into the distance learning. That would be a separate, the students that do the distance learning would be full-time distance learning. They would have teachers designated to the distance learning. And so just really important to clarify as we're talking about this grant money and spending the money, we are talking about reopening schools in the fall, full-time, 5 days a week. We are talking about a separate distance learning program, but the classrooms will look back to what a traditional, normal classroom is going to look like.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that additional clarification, Stacy. So with this then, let's go around with comments for to share any sort of other comments you have. So Satish, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I can make some. Again, I think most of the things I already cleared, but I think I'll just summarize what I spoke and kind of a little bit additional stuff here. One is definitely I'm looking for some kind of a prioritization. I think it's a great list, and but we are from end to end quite a lot of stuff here, and the priority with respect to timeline and a fallback option in case any of those things are not going to be done in certain time. And definitely, we do not want to miss this money. Especially which has some deadlines and 2 deadlines, I guess. So if you're not, if we cannot meet it or all those, right? Then the technology spending, I think I raised this, and definitely I am a supporter for the technology, but at the same time, I would like to see that if some other way, if we have funding also to see that, like if we think that some of the money which we can use it for something better in terms of, I'm not saying technology is bad, again, don't get me wrong, but if something with respect to our priority, our district priority, our LCAP goals, if some of the line items which we think that we would have spent money if we had money, okay, if that's the case, see that technology, whether we need half of this money or not, right? So that we can move a little bit money there and maybe partial. And because technology, if at all, if there is any other possibilities of getting some additional money for technology, we can look into that option as well. I understand that we have one-time money, we need to spend it, but let's look into the technology overall. Okay, since this is a huge money, that's a thing. Then the next item, which I think I could not mention, is like, the DL part of it earlier. So the DL, like, what is that we are going to do something better than what we had it in the past, like coming year, like I know that we'll have certain percentage of our people going to be in DL. I know that we are trying to have a virtual class and dedicated teachers and all those things, but is there anything the experience can be better, right? So some of the, we had a lot of challenges this year. Overall, it's nothing to do specific with the DL, but overall DL, overall the experience on that. But to make an experience better, is there something which we need to spend? Because 15% of the money anyhow we are going to spend on distance learning, and let's be very clear on what we need to do there, like to get a better experience, better feel, both for students as well as the parent support as well, like as some of the parents already mentioned here. So DL side, some kind of a focus. I think otherwise I am pretty okay. And the ratio part of it, I think enough, at least 3 of you spoke a lot on a ratio part, but hope we will land in the right ratio. Okay, and that will free up some money also if needed, right? And that we can have some more line items to be added in this. Thanks. Overall, a lot of work has gone in, and I appreciate that. But I really, let's look into how we are spending anyway. And I think as Jerry asked some time back, like one of his questions, like, is there something like which we can move once we tighten that, like whether we can move it around based on the need. So we need to find that also. And what are if there's a possibility, then what is that amount kind where we can, if there is a need. Okay. Thank you very much. Then that's all I have, Jerry.
All right, thank you, Satish. And then Phyllis, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. So my top priority here is to have all kids back in school full-time in the fall, 5 days a week, regular schedule, using the current contract, I hope. I would like for us to be able to go back with the current class ratios so that we don't have to spend that additional money on additional staff. However, if that's the only way we can get every kid back full-time every day, then I would support that, spending the additional money. I also think that the distance learning option is an important one as an alternative for parents and kids. I think that's another nice alternative in our district spirit of offering choice. Just one caveat I would like to offer, and I know as a district, Cupertino has always been really good at this, but I think we need to always keep in mind that these are one-time monies. So I want to make sure as we prioritize and as we think about spending them, that we're not looking at things that are going to be ongoing that could get us into trouble down the road. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, would you like to go next?
Sure. Okay. So my feeling on the class size ratios is maybe a little different. I actually don't see this as a contingency. I see this as a necessity. I think because I feel so strongly that I do want our next year to be in person 5 days a week, full time to the fullest extent possible, and I want us to be able to maintain that for as long as any public health agency will allow us to, if there should be another surge or variance coming at us. And so the way that I see that we do that is we plan for it from the beginning of the year as if it may come our way. And I understand it's a gamble, it's a risk in spending that money and never actually needing to drop our class sizes as low as we'd be configuring for. But it's one of those things where hindsight would be 2020. You won't know until we get to winter next year and we need it. And if we don't start the year off that way, configured to allow us to absorb something like another 3-foot spacing coming back at us from the public health agencies, then we're in the same struggles with what to do about that mid-year. With not a lot of good options again. And so I like I said, I don't see this as a contingency. I think it's actually a necessity that we start the year for this 1 year. And to Phyllis's point, they are one-time dollars. So we would need to do whatever work needs to be done to make it clear that we are deviating from contract for this 1 year. But if that's the way that we stand to increase our odds and best position ourselves to be able to stay in person for the full year, despite the unknowns of what might come, then I think that's a very wise investment. I also look at it through the lens of, I don't want to say no harm, no foul, but it is in the sense relatively, there's not a lot of risk in lowering class sizes. That's actually a great thing for kids, a great thing for learners. It might actually help us towards some of our goals of recovery and sort of a fresh start or reboot to be in some smaller class configurations next year and to allow for, close relationships and extra attention next year to just help us get back into all of the, routine of being back in person. So I would be in favor of continuing down the path of having staff explore that fully and to come back to us with whatever that final recommendation is, 25 versus 28 for the elementary and the 21 for middle. I did make the comment earlier that I'd just like to know if there are exceptions to that based on specific campuses. I'd like to know where that is and how many classrooms, just to know that we're planning for, if it's just a handful that it affects, if we choose 28, but there's a handful that wouldn't be able to do it at that 28, then I'd rather know and know what the plan is if we wind up needing that. Let's see. I think right now, loosely as a high level planning for what you're showing us as a first pass on all of these funds, if I just take the straight up numbers, it's like 93% of these funds are going towards planning for that in-person programming for next year, and like 7% of the funds right now that are tagged specifically for building out that distance learning option of choice for only, for the families that want it. And I think that is in line with our strategic plan. I think that's in line with our values as a district of offering choice. And as an initial first step, like I commented on earlier, it would be great to know that we're aligning those funds based on the numbers of families that are opting in to a certain extent to make sure we're fully meeting the need. But also this seems like a good place to start, or a reasonable place to start to me. I do, on that distance learning option, just want to reiterate what I said earlier, which is, I know I've heard a lot from families that are concerned. We've had some great news coming out about the 12 and up, 12 to 15-year-old vaccine availability is likely to be before next school year, but also some cautions that it's, Moderna and Pfizer are in trials. Johnson & Johnson hasn't even started a trial yet, to my knowledge, on the 6 months to 11 years. And a lot of families have expressed that they are concerned about, when that vaccine will become available for the younger kids. And so I do think honoring choice, as we have in many other ways in this district for a long time now, is in line with our values. And I hope we do continue down that path of planning for that to the extent that the state allows us. I think I do want to end at the same place that Phyllis did, which is I do want to be cautious with the nature of one-time dollars. To Satish's point, this is a lot of money for us. For our district, this is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, especially coming in as one-time dollars, where there's no indication that we'd have a refresh on any or part of those dollars in future school years. While we won't have any trouble spending the amount of money we're getting, because it's so much significantly less than what most other public school districts in the state are getting, I do want to be smart about how we're prioritizing that. But I do also want to be super transparent with the community that, this may not be sufficient funds to do everything we'd hope to do in this year. And that is part of why we're having to have this conversation as a board about prioritizing the funds that we have. There are districts that are getting hundreds of millions of dollars in relief funding. They will have a hard time deciding how to spend this money. They will have a hard time actually spending it all before it expires. That won't be our problem here in Cupertino, just to be clear. I just want to keep our conversation with our community honest and open about that. Our problem will be prioritizing the funds we do have, but not so much spending them before they are due to expire. And it still won't be enough to do everything that we'd like or hope to be able to do, as mitigations to our experience of this year, and just for what we'd like to do for our students and our kids in general. So I think that is it for me. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Lori. And then Sylvia, would you like to go next?
Sure. Yeah, definitely resonate with what Lori was just saying. I think when I think of, the state's giving us this money for COVID relief, right? Like the CR is COVID relief, and that's the financial relief, the cost relief, but it's also the learning relief, and providing the funding to get back to quote unquote normal, right? And so I guess that's what informs me when I'm thinking of how we want to use that money. And like Lori was saying, or like Phyllis was saying, one-time dollars and how to use that, and the risk, of course, or the concern is not wanting it to be precedent setting, because it is just for this 1 year. Having said that, I'm in favor as well of going with the lower ratio numbers, because I think it just puts us in a stronger position to deal with the unknowns that might be happening next year. Whether that's 25 or 28, it sounds like we probably need a little bit more information based on what you're looking at in terms of classrooms. And so if you're going to bring that information back, then that's good. The one area I'm a little hesitant about is the middle schools, because I am worried that if we lower the ratio, it would reduce the availability of electives. So I guess that's where I would want either some clarification or some more understanding of what the repercussions of that looks like at the middle school level. Because while I want to keep it safe and allow for smaller class ratios in that sense, I don't want to have unintended consequences of creating, less opportunities for students because of that. The other thing, so in terms of the prioritization, I feel bad because you've asked us for our thoughts on prioritization, and we've all basically said, no, you tell us what your thoughts are on prioritization. So it's kind of a back and forth, but I guess, again, going back to the purpose of the money, going back to if the money is supposed to be helping us with those most impacted negatively by COVID this year, then I guess that's where I would want that priority to be, right? So I think it's easy to kind of look at the list and say, oh, we want this, we want that, and that's it's certainly something I was doing, saying, oh, I want this, this, and this, but kind of being reminded, okay, yeah, this is one-time money specifically for COVID relief, specifically to help with mitigation. Then I guess that's where I would want that priority to show, like, this is, if there are students and there are, folks that have been most negatively impacted, then our priority should be with those students or with those programs that would help mitigate some of those things. So I think those are my two thoughts on those bullets.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Sylvia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as for myself, I concur with my colleagues. My top priority certainly is to expend whatever money we need to reopen fully in the fall, right? This is, the state gave us that money to spend on the children so they can come back to normalcy to the extent that we can provide it. And so whatever it would take in terms of the specific ratios, I would certainly leave up to staff after you've analyzed the classroom layouts we have. So I think I'm hopefully saying the same thing as my colleagues, probably not as eloquently. In terms of prioritization, I actually would need more information from staff. And let me kind of be specific here. Number one, there's a number of items on here. I don't know, distance learning, summer program, et cetera, where I have a total price. And what would help me would be to understand how many children we're serving with that. Right, so I would be in favor of something if it serves 1,000 children, but not if it serves 5. So some of these items, it would help me to prioritize if I had a sort of a per capita price on each of these, so that I can make trade-offs. And then another area is around technology, and I understand that it's a foundational backbone to a lot of things we're doing. But I need more information beyond that it's needed for me to make trade-offs. For instance, things like network switches, these are solid state items. They don't burn out the way light bulbs do. So I think to the extent that you can maybe quantify a little bit of the impact, are we looking at a better quality of services? Are we looking at more bandwidth? Are we looking at something here? So that, again, I can make trade-offs, because otherwise it's really not possible to weigh A versus B. So when you bring this back, if I could get some information on both of those, that would help me a lot. And then just as an idea on your bullet 3 here, is that, so this is like the 10th year, I'm a district parent. And throughout the 10 years, what I've seen here is that it seems like site leadership seems to have less and less resources to work with. It seems that way. I don't know what the budget is, but I remember how things were when I was a kindergarten parent versus how tight things are now. And so I wonder if we could explore, I'd be interested in maybe exploring with the site leadership the notion of giving them some kind of a grant maybe on a per capita basis. I think someone mentioned earlier, just to, and let them do something with it. It doesn't, and so just, I think a lot, I think just in the same way, right? State went from categorical funding to LCFF and let the districts do what they have. Maybe there might be an opportunity for us to do something like that, so that the various principals can think about how they want to spend their money for the community, that's really not encumbered by us for various things. So something to consider. And I'd love to kind of get staff feedback on that. Those are my 4 points. And so just want to see if my colleagues have anything else to add. If not, we can move on to the next item on the study session. Seeing none. And Stacy, do you have the feedback that you need on this?
We do. This has been really, really helpful. And we actually get the opportunity. We have 2 upcoming board meetings that we can bring back the revised plans with prioritization before we actually need to do a vote. So we look forward to going back and doing some updating and some more work on it. This was really our initial thinking, our draft thoughts. So feedback is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then moving on to the revenue enhancement. So that's the blue person. I think that's Jeff. So.
Thank you. It is me. So Sarf, we're excited to bring this back to the board because we spent so much time talking about our fiscal situation and the reason that a parcel tax was decided to be put on the ballot by the board. But it was beyond that. It's what else could we do as a district to really raise more revenue for a district that is low funded? And whether or not we stay in our current funding status or move to a basic aid status in the next few years, we will still be a low funded district. So it's really a priority for us to find ways for us to utilize our best resource in terms of CUSD, which is our facilities, the 25 schools that we have, and then the number of students that we have in our district. And so if the board would reflect back on when we first brought forward kind of a business plan, if you will, is a kind of a longer document broken down into different categories. What that was really kind of demonstrating was the intentional nature we need to have around raising our revenue. And so when we think about our revenue strategies, there's really 4 areas that we're going to be focused on. One is increasing funding per student, because we can take any of these revenues that we bring in and put it directly into the classroom, into programs, into resources for our students. Number 2, maintaining our high quality programs that we have for all students across the district. One of those things that we've always been challenged with as a district is that equity piece of, you have some schools that are able to raise large amounts of revenue at their sites and others that aren't able to do that as well. And so really as a district, how do we balance that out? Increase the ability to attract and retain employees. You know, in any high functioning school district has amazing employees. We have amazing employees here. We need them to stay here. And then the final one is that long-term fiscal stability. One of the most important roles as a board member has always been to maintain your eye on our fiscal situation. And so in October of this year, we brought this slide forward. We broke down the areas of our strategies into a parcel tax, lease sites, facility fees, business matching, corporate matching, parent contributions, and then before and after school care programs. And so though the numbers might look different as we move forward, the current revenues, because for example, separating out a lease site versus facility versus after school, before and after school care, we might move categories around, but really it's about what revenue are we generating through our different targets, if you will. And so the next slide really is the 7 areas that we've been able to implement across the district at varying degrees. And so we're going to walk through each of these. The first one, we have to start off with what is the most stable source of revenue? What is the best one that we can plan around? It really is the parcel tax and bond measures. Now, parcel taxes have a direct stabilization of our budget, right? So if we're talking about this 398 8-year parcel tax, that's ongoing revenue of approximately $14 million that we can count on as a district. So it's very, very much a direct benefit. If the board would recall, with our current parcel tax, we pay for 79 FTE across the district as part of our current parcel tax that is set to expire. A bond measure works a little bit differently. And to Sylvia's point that she asked earlier, you know, how does the facility master plan fit into our work. It really falls under the bond measure or facility master plan, kind of tied together. And then if you think about, the board recently approved the SAGE contract for us to go look at solar and to look at solar feasibility across the district. That's an offset. So it's reducing our utility costs as a district, saves us general fund money because we pay for our utilities out of our general fund. So if we're able to lower that, that's a cost savings for the district. That's money that can go back to our schools, back to our students. So calling out a few here, the idea of energy efficiencies can both be from solar or retrofitting LED lighting as two concrete examples of where we've seen benefit across the district. The other one is we were able to change our rate tier, our PG&E rate tier. We're able to do that every year. What that did is saved us about $250,000 district-wide. So again, you don't necessarily count it in the budget, but we're able to reduce our utility fees that way. If it's okay, Jared, I'll go through all the items, then we can revisit them at the end.
Yes, no, that'd be great. Please do.
So the next category is on our leases, facility use, and before and after school care. So really you have to look at leases in two different ways. We have leases for surplus sites or sites that we are not using as a district. Those are Sarah, Nan Allen, and Luther right now. With our leases that we're putting forward, that's going to generate just over $2 million. When we look at our on-site cares, those are considered more joint use agreements. So we have, a school actively being used by us. We rent out some of those buildings on campus that we're currently not using, especially if you think about through the lens of some decline in enrollment, some classrooms become open. We can now rent out those classrooms as part of a joint use of that campus. And so we have a number of opportunities with that coming up here. We have YMCA and Catalyst for Kids. We have contracts pending for these. In 1920, just as an example of it, that brought in about $1.1 million for us. We'd probably be looking at a higher number going forward because we'll have our CPI increases and then any other increases we have on campus tied to the square footage that they are using. And then we are looking at others too. We have a CCA, which is the cricket agreement for use of field space. And then we have Waha Montessori in our district. What I can also share with the board is that we are looking at increasing opportunities with other agencies to come and use our classrooms across campus. We would bring any new contract to the board for approval with regards to our leases, and that would be leases and joint use. Moving forward, the other strategy that we implement as a district is those partner agreements and looking at revenue share. We have 3 revenue share models right now that the board has approved. That's with Champions, La Garza, and Kids to Pros. This is one of those categories that we probably thought we were going to be farther ahead in some ways, but COVID impacted that. Obviously, without having our kids on campus, without our schools being open, we haven't been able to generate as much as we know we can from it. But one of the things that I think the board has already seen is we are able to have these programs use our campuses beyond just summer break. So a spring break, winter break, even teacher in-service days, opportunities for our kids to come back to their schools and participate in various programs that he or she finds of interest to them. Moving down from the partner agreements, we have our facility charges. That's simply when an outside vendor comes in based on a rate tier. So if they're a nonprofit to profit, determines different costs for them to come in and utilize our site. Those we have not generated any income since COVID. We have been shut down to all facility usage other than our partner agreements. And then, one of the key things for us is to maintain those longstanding partnerships that we have. That's the whole key part of these partners agreements is we want this ongoing stable revenue coming in for us as a district. And we also know we want high quality programs. We don't want people on our campuses or utilizing our campuses that aren't providing a great resource for our families. And then the next one that's on here is our Cooper Dual Preschool program. We currently have 3 programs right now. If the board would recall, we anticipated having this program be whole last December. That was all pre-COVID. As we went through that, obviously that has gotten pushed out. But what we can say is right now we are slated for 3 programs up and running next year. We believe those programs will all be full or exceeding what would be a cost recovery model. So it would be moving into that profit status for us. We can provide the board the update as we move closer to June for each of the numbers in our 3 programs. But we do expect that growth to continue. We are not adding a 4th class. We are just looking to stabilize the 3 classes that we are currently running. And then we're implementing a summer program for that continuity of care for our families. The corporate and parent contributions, that's really what we talk about with CEF and our parent groups. There is some work right now being done on that. we will provide more of an update for it, but CEF has always been supportive of our district, and I know that they will continue to too. And then parent groups, as the board knows, mainly work with their local schools, whether it's through the PTA, PTO foundations that are at each of our 25 sites right now. And really, at this point, we'll open up to any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll kind of go around the same order. Satish, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I have only one question on slide 52, the revenue enhancement plans targets. Jeff, like anything changed since like October here? Like, are we still keeping the same target revenue or any updates here?
We are keeping the same target revenue right now. One of the reasons we don't want to change it is because the impact that COVID's had on us. We don't feel like we have that perfect understanding of what's going to be brought in for facility fees yet. We know that if we look back in 1920 numbers, we felt like strongly that these target revenue would be hit. We're not going to hit it for 2021 because our schools haven't been in use, so it makes sense to continue these into 21, 22.
How about lease sites? Like, is it still the target is 5.28 or it's changed?
The target is still that. I would say the one difference that you might see is more joint use agreements versus a straight lease. Difference being surplus sites are considered leases, joint uses are considered a school. One of our schools is running and we allow additional use during the school day on that campus.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. That's it I have, Jerry.
All right, thanks, Satish. And Phyllis, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question, Jeff, about Cooperdoodle. I know that it hasn't materialized in what we had hoped a couple of years ago, several years ago when we started it. But it looks from the slide that you've presented here like this year, 21-22 school year, for the first time, we actually could show a profit in Cooperdoodle. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
All right, thanks, Phyllis. And then Lori, would you like to go next?
Sure. So Jeff, on the, what number is this? 52, the lease sites where Satish was just asking about, are you seeing an uptick at all in requests for leases or shared use agreements now that things are improving with the general COVID situation, or?
We are. We actually, what we've also noticed too is a lot of facilities that had been renting out to preschool programs and other programs in Cooper, actually all 6 of our jurisdictions, they've actually lost their leases. So we've had a raised interest of recently, just because people are looking for facilities because they don't have a spot to be anymore. They want to be able to stay in Cupertino. They want to stay and support the families in and around us. And so they are looking for that joint use agreement with us. So that's where we're trying to really look at that advantage we may have to add them to some of our smaller campuses that have rooms now available.
Okay, great, thanks. And then for the, I want to make sure I get the right slide here, 54 with the bond measure. Does any of the energy efficiency, do any of the HVAC upgrades that we did related to COVID, or is any of that going to come with energy efficiency for us, or is it totally offset by the increased cost of how much we're having to run the systems?
So in the long run, absolutely. Moving to the Pelican thermostats that we have and our ability to look at energy usage, it will. It won't right now because we increased our hours of operation. So we're not as focused on the peak times as we were coming into this year. You know, we are now starting our units at 6:15 in the morning. We're running to 5:15 at night. So there's not the same energy savings we know we can have when we're running them back to the room's going to be started at 7:30, priming maybe at 6:30, 6:45, 7 o'clock, staggering it, and then turning it off at the end of the day when it's not in use. So in the long run, yes.
So right now the focus is the safety piece for as long as we need that, but then long term you think there may be some energy efficiencies once we're able to optimize for efficiency. I don't know how else to say that. Yeah,
there's optimization that we are not doing right now that we know we can enact once we move past COVID.
Okay. And I have a third one. Is that okay, Jerry? If I
please go ahead, Lori. Yes.
It's actually not total. I should have thought to ask it earlier in the deck from the last segment, but I didn't. And so excuse me. And if you and Stacy want to tell me that it's better to bring it back as a agenda request, that's fine. But I know we had talked about some of our
COVID related costs that we expect to go up in some of our rates. And I'm wondering twofold, like when we might know more about what's going to happen to our own rates in terms of things like insurance or premiums we're paying and things like that, but also if we are changing our rates at all to reflect that with our any of our partners.
So I can speak to Keenan and Stacy. I don't know if you want to hit on anything else, but from Keenan, we'll have our insurance update coming up here in the next month, and we'll find out if there's any impact on our costs or premium costs for the year. I don't have that other information that you're asking about, Stacy. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I don't have anything to add. Just to, expand to what Jeff says, we'll know on our renewal rates for their insurance when they come forward.
And so in like our leases and things, are we going to be able to reflect our costs for insurance in that? I think some of our contracts are written such that we can do that, right?
That's correct. So we have a CPI increase that we have built into the contracts.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Lori. And then Sylvia, would you like to go next?
I only had one quick question, I guess, about some of the leasing and facilities, because I know that we may have some, one property that there's a potential for some other use for it. So is that, it wasn't listed here as a potential revenue, but is that part of the conversation?
I believe you're specifically referencing Montebello.
Yeah.
So Montebello right now is not generating any lease for us or any revenue for us. So that's why it's not included. We would be happy to have somebody lease that out and have a contract for that location. We're always actively looking for that. We just have not been able to secure anyone.
Okay. But in terms of possible other options for it, is that something that is also still being pursued?
Absolutely. I mean, right now our focus is on leasing it out. And then through any other conversations would take place with the board for any other opportunities that there may be with that site.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Sylvia. So as for myself, two questions. One on slide 56. So I just was wondering about these partnership agreements. What would you say is the uplift of having partnership agreements versus just a flat out lease like we do that we've done in the past, in terms of how much more do we get out of this? If you could just comment on that.
Right. So the benefit to it is what we have found is not all of our leases are stable. So they actually can't afford their bills after they rent the room. And we see a lot of default because they're not able to have the numbers that they typically have. So when you start talking about partners like a Champions, La Garza, Kids to Pros, they're just larger entities. They're more solid. They have more of a range in programs. So what we're seeing from the standpoint is they can use any space on campus. It doesn't need to be a room that's not in use. They could use a GLC. They can use the outdoor space. We weren't really generating enough revenue in our district assessment when you were charging minimal for use of a basketball court, let's say, at our blacktop rate, which is extremely low for somebody in a nonprofit status. As an example, a revenue share actually brings in more revenue for that type of a space. We do look at it. The one thing that we may want to consider is putting in a baseline that it has to exceed a certain level based on if they're using a larger square footage space. So that's something that we're talking about internally right now, that if you're using a 3,000 foot GLC, what is our cost to recover, and to make sure that their 30% revenue always comes in above that cost, as an example. But for outdoor space, a soccer field, basketball courts, tennis courts, we generate more revenue because it's based on what they're charging to our families.
Got it. Okay, thanks. No, yeah, I think you brought in some dimensions I hadn't considered in terms of stability. And then the second question on slide 52, the parent contribution, the target seems aggressive, I guess, maybe relative to current revenue. I was just wondering if you could, again, speak to it. What's the thought behind that modeling here?
So we were taking a look at what our families are donating or contributing to each of their school sites. That's how we built around it to start off. We know that doesn't mean it's happening evenly across the district. Remember, our equity is not there. We've talked about that so much. Our equity is not there, but we are seeing that $4 million being contributed to our schools. So as we look at raising it, it's like, how can we raise it and then bring in the equity factor to our 25 campuses? And it may be aggressive. That may be the one that we look back, as we, at the end of this year, or as we move into 21, 22, we may need to relook at that one.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues here before we check public comments? Doesn't look like it. Leslie, do we have any public comments on the fiscal update?
We do not.
Okay, all right. Then if there isn't anything else from anyone here, thank you, Jeff. We'll wrap up this item, and I guess we can go on to next item. Looks like yours also on the fiscal update.
I'm sorry, I don't even know why I turned my camera off. I knew I was moving forward here. So just a very brief update for the board and for our community for that matter, just so everyone's aware of what we're sitting in. So every year we get our updates from the county office that come in, typically January, February, around property taxes that came in. The county assessor's office gives us a number that we put into our calculations for what they anticipate the property tax revenue to be. What we have now seen preliminarily until it gets finalized here for next year in the next few months is about $5 million more of property tax revenue than what was anticipated. So the shift to being base gate might happen earlier. We think the one thing that's really, really important for the board to know, that's not $5 million of new money for us as a district. It's actually just represents that the property tax value went up, and it could be as little as a couple $100,000 to, maybe $1 million more. So it's considered an excess amount of dollars, but it's not if you will, a game-changing amount of money. We're still going to be low funded. We are certainly low funded for the area in which we are, but we might see ourselves, we were projecting in our second interim that we brought to the board a 22-23 shift to being basic aid, but based on the property tax growth that's happened in this county, for that matter, it may happen earlier and as early as the end of this year. And so we know we need to bring back more information to the board and the community. But again, I think we all hear basic aid and we think it's all perfect. The reality is it's not. It's a very little difference for us. And with that comes, more instability until we're able to fully move into that 10%. We always talk about the number. If we can get 10% into basic aid, that's when we as a district have that positive excess revenue where decisions can be made, whether it's for employees or students or a combination of whatever it would become. We need to work and continue to work closely with our county office of ed to see if the property tax revenue comes to fruition the way it's been shared with us. We will, as soon as we have an update, we will certainly share that with the board and the community. Stacy, is there anything I missed on that or anything we'd like to add on to it?
No, I think you hit on it. I said we'll continue our bringing forward when we bring our budget proposals forward to you using our current information and await anything that comes from the county. But we just really wanted to give a kind of an alert that this is on our radar, and we'll continue to monitor and share with you. The other piece is that as we continue to shift and we may receive additional COVID money, we'd want to update you with that as well. So just continuing these next 2 months as we shift into bringing the budget forward, we'll keep you aware.
Great, thanks. All right, let's maybe see if there's a round of questions here real quick from anyone. Satish, did you have anything?
I don't have a lot, but I think I just one comment or a question rather. So this change, like local property tax revenue, every year there will be a change, right? It's nothing like specific to this year. Like there will be an assessed value change, so there will be always a change from than what you projected, right? What is it different from this in this year? Anything?
Sure. I think the biggest difference based on what we're hearing is the assessor's office were probably extra conservative this year out of fear with COVID. And so when they gave us what they were assuming our property tax revenue would be for this year, it was certainly lighter than they expected based on the growth that happened in our county. And that was the biggest change.
Okay, thank you. That's it I have, Jerry. I'll wait for the complete update later. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Satish. And then Phyllis, would you like to go next? Are you on mute?
This is kind of a broken record for me. I don't have a question, but I really want us to think about increasing that reserve. And I don't know if we do it 1% per year over the next few years, if we go higher than that. But as we look to, and particularly if the parcel tax passes, as we look to the next budget, I would really like the administration and your department, Jeff, to take a look at whether or not we can do anything about increasing that reserve. That's my comment. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Phyllis. And then Lori, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, Phyllis stole mine. So I actually was just going to bring up the
I'll steal Satish's line next time you go first.
We can steal Sylvia's, Lori.
yeah, I was just going to bring up the reserve, and I would absolutely concur and echo with what Phyllis just said. I think given the update, and no matter when it comes, to Jeff's point, in the next couple years, we are significantly under reserved right now for what's coming for us for a potential shift at some point to community funded whenever that does happen. So sooner we can get ahead of that or start making progress on that, the better.
Okay, thank you, Lori. And then Sylvia, do you have any questions or comments?
+1. So
Okay.
yeah, that's it. Just +1 on the reserve. I dream of when we can be in that position with a parcel tax passing, that we can be. I mean, that would be amazing. So yeah, good conversations to have.
All right, thanks, Sylvia. As for myself, I just really have a question about the legal process behind this. So when is the determination made? Is it on a daily basis, monthly basis, yearly basis? If you could, you talked about we might hear from the county, you said sometime during the fiscal year. So I'm just wondering, I never thought about this until you brought this up, but do they check every month? If you could say a little bit about this, I'm sort of curious.
Sure. So the final excess tax amount, I'm looking at the calendar right now, would come in at the end of August of 2021.
Okay.
So you would be next fiscal year specifically. The update most likely would come at first interim. However, if we had it, at that 45-day mark, we could do a 45-day budget update if it was a significant difference, or we could even just give a 45-day budget update if there wasn't a significant difference. But by first interim, you would actually see actuals with it of what that would play out for us as a district.
Got it. Okay. First interim for the next school year. Okay, that makes sense. And I'll just add a +1 to what Phyllis or someone started about the reserve. I think that's an important thing for us to do also. With that, then, if there aren't any other clarifying questions, I just want to check. I guess if there are any. Well, this is sort of. Do we have any of the public comments, Leslie, on this?
We do not.
Okay, great. Then bringing back to the board, any other questions or comments before we exit the study session? Okay, no. All right. Just want to thank Stacy and your team here. This is I think one of the best study sessions I've been in since I've been on the board. But I haven't been on the board that long, but it's wonderful. I think there's a really good mixture of sort of a lot of the foundational things around the budget, but really a lot of vision and hope and sort of plans for the future, very optimistic future that you presented here. So thank you. All right, so moving on then to item 12, discussion action. The first item is for resolution 20-21-15. Do we have a staff presentation here from Leslie or Laurel?
It's just very brief. We are bringing this reduction in classified staff to you. These 2 FTE equivalents are members of SEIU, and they are our instructional materials stores clerk. That is our 2 individuals that support our kit stop. And it is a lack of work because our kit stop is no longer operational based on our shift in our science curriculum.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from members of the board? Seeing none. Leslie, do we have any public comments on this item?
I will check one more time. We do not.
Not. Okay, well, in that case then, since this is a discussion action, I will entertain a motion.
I move.
Thank you, Phyllis. And may I have a second?
I can second.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So we have a motion on the table. Any other comments or discussion on this? If not, let's go ahead and take a vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item 12.2. This is resolution 20-21-16. I think we had discussed this previously at the last board meeting. So Stacy, any comments on this?
Just bringing back the resolution, and I know that the board had an opportunity to talk about it at the last one, but really wanted to bring it back if there's any community comments that wanted to be made, but are hopeful that it will pass and we can get this posted.
Excellent. So let's just check in with the board first. Any sort of clarifying questions or comments on this? Seeing none. Leslie, do we have any public comments on item 12.2?
I'm double checking one more time and my computer is slow, but no, there are none. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, bringing this back then. If there aren't any other comments or questions, I would entertain a motion for this resolution.
I'll move.
Thank you, Sylvia. And then do we have a second?
I'll second it. Yeah.
Satish. All right, let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Excellent. Now we can get it posted, Stacy.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, so moving on then to item 13, board and superintendent activities. Anybody like to take a cut at updating on anything?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just excited. You know, this is our opening week. And so Monday, we were all out on our campuses helping with greeting our families and our students. And I think just the energy and the excitement of having our students returning, slowly adjusting into the hybrid model. It was done all over again this morning. So via text, I was getting caught up with our principals, how today was going. This was our group B coming in, and just really that excitement to see the families back. And, you know, I think our campuses are welcoming. We have our protocols in place. And I do really value and appreciate that we had the time to do this transition this week and bringing them back into those smaller blocks so that we could go through the protocols and continue to expand that after we come back from the spring break. So I think we're all feeling that turn of the page, and we're headed in the right direction.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that happy update, Stacy. Anyone have anything they'd like to share?
I can just update on the parcel tax campaign. We had our first precinct walks last Saturday, the 27th. Was that last Saturday? Maybe it was 2 Saturdays ago. Anyway, very successful, about 160, I think, walkers. And we hit about 4,000 homes. And we have another walk coming up on April 27th. And some mailers have gone out. I hope all of you have received some mailers in the mail about the parcel tax. And I think that's it. So we're on track. Thanks.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Phyllis. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to share?
So Phyllis already said, and I think all of us walked also, and I was one of them. So it was a good experience. So great. Looking forward for the next one. So.
I don't know if you've all gotten your ballots yet, but ballots
Yeah, I got it
here. I don't know which cities they've fully dropped in, but they have dropped in Los Altos mailboxes, and I know in Sunnyvale mailboxes because my mom got hers.
Saratoga hasn't gotten them yet. We're always last.
All right. Well, it's probably in today's mail then, Phyllis. So I'll go ahead and do mine. So let's see. County School Boards Association, they did announce, I want to say 3 out of the 4 delegate positions were filled, and then there's a runoff because there's a 3-way tie. So I think that one's going to be coming back to us for another vote there. There was a meeting, an opt-in meeting with County Superintendent Dewan today from 1 to 2 that we all missed. But so I'll try and get a report on anything that was discussed there that I can bring back. Let's see, Phyllis already hit on parcels. So then Los Altos 2x2, just to report back on that. we had our second one. We're playing a little bit of catch up this term because we missed the ones in the fall with everything going on with COVID. So continue to have good, successful meetings there. We actually did add in Los Altos. The city has added in and is working on making that official to add in Fremont Union High School District into that. So it will be a 2x2x2 with both school districts and the city. I'm continuing to follow up on the safe routes items with that. We actually have a meeting this afternoon at 4 for the main route to our only school site in Los Altos, which is Montclair. And then the other thing, I was just going to give an update. It didn't get discussed in the 2x2, but I discussed it with some of the city council members separately that I just wanted to make you all aware of. The only large commercial property that is within our Los Altos city boundaries if you hear that it came up as a potential spot for development that may or may not have had an impact on us, the owner submitted a proposal, but before they could even have the first meeting on it, they withdrew it, and it was for a mixed use residential and commercial development for a substantial portion of the property. But they wound up withdrawing it when they secured a long-term tenant. So they now are saying they have no plans to redevelop it. So just because that's the other topic that sometimes comes up in the 2x2s, besides sort of any sort of joint use agreements, just thought I'd throw that out there, that's really the only parcel within our Los Altos territory that might have any sort of development that would impact the schools going on it. And as of right now, the owner is saying they don't have any further plans to resubmit plans for development. So that's it on that. And I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Lori. Anybody else? I don't have anything, so okay. All right. Well, actually, I did have a question just for Stacy. So we talked about last time holding the next board meeting would be in person. So I just want to confirm that we're on track for that. Yes.
We are looking forward to April 22nd. We will be in our hybrid model. We will be live as a board and executive cabinet, but we will still be virtual for our community members.
All right. Excellent. Great. Look forward to that and look forward to seeing all of you in person. Okay, well, with that then, item 14, moving on to item 14, 14.1, agenda setting. Any suggestions? Yes, please, Phyllis.
I have a couple of things, but one clarification, Stacy, the in-person meeting on the 22nd is at Collins, right?
Correct. Thank you for that. Yes.
So yeah, I actually have two suggestions for agenda items. One of the things we used to do that we've kind of stopped doing, and I actually mentioned this to Stacy, we used to have a superintendent's report, and it was early in the meeting. I think it came maybe right before the employee organizations. I don't exactly remember where it fell, but it was a really nice start to the meeting, a nice opportunity for Stacy to share some things rather than wait until the end of the meeting when we do superintendent and board committee reports. So I would like to suggest that we add superintendent's report to the agenda early in the meeting. That's one thing. And the second thing is, and I've been hearing that this happens at other board meetings, and it sounds like a good idea to me. One of the things we hear from community members is they like the town halls and they like the board office hours because they get some interaction, and they're not feeling so good about the public comment at board meetings because some parents are feeling like their comments just fall into the ether and nobody pays any attention. So I don't think we as board members should comment. I'm absolutely opposed to that. But what I'm suggesting is that maybe at the end of each public comment session, Stacy makes some notes and maybe pull together some of the comments that have been made. And then at the end, rather than respond to each individual comment, that Stacy just makes some general comments. And Jerry, you do this sometimes, but I think it's less appropriate for you to do it than it is for Stacy to do it. To just make some general comments so that those people feel like we're listening to what they're saying, even though we know we are. I think sometimes the public perceives that we're not. So those are two things I'd like to suggest: the public comments by Stacy and the superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thanks. So Stacy, is it appropriate for us to respond to Phyllis's comment, or we just
Well,
take that and?
I can respond and say +1 and +1 because I think we already have that in the works for the next board meeting.
Excellent. All right, there we go. Okay, if there isn't anything else then, oh yes, please, Lori.
Sorry, Jerry. So Stacy, we talked a little bit today about, you know, how much communication is going to be woven into the work of the next year. So I'd love to see a separate item on the agenda when you guys think it's appropriate to bring it forward, for sort of thinking around how and what we might build out that program and or personnel specifically. So that would be one, but I don't have a set timeline on that. I leave that to your discretion. And then the other one I did want to bring up for us to maybe have a discussion about at some point, and maybe it's the last board advance of the year, or maybe there's another time that you guys decide it's appropriate, but I'd like for us to potentially revisit the board office hours more from a standpoint of not finishing out this year, but planning for next year. And if we want to continue with the same model versus if we want to consider, you know, maybe coming up with a schedule for the year of making the rounds to the different school sites. I know in my 11 years in the district, there was a point at which the board members and the superintendent visited, you know, each school site with a PTA or a PTO or a PFG meeting, you know, that was well attended for that meeting when it was publicized in advance, at least at the school I was at the time. So just sort of thinking if we want to keep our current board office hours that we've implemented during COVID for clear and obvious reasons, versus if we want to revisit maybe a different use of that same amount of time from all of us next year in a slightly different way. So just a discussion on that.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lori. All right. So if there aren't any other inputs on this, then let's move on to item 15, adjournment. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting here at 2:50 p.m. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for attending.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.